darkness, silence, then endless stars. What if infinity isn't just out there, but behind everything? The universe stretches farther than our minds can grasp. No edge, no center, just forever. Centuries ago, we thought Earth was the center. Then came Copernicus, Galileo, Hubble. Each name, a crack in the shell of certainty. Each discovery, like thunder in the halls of belief. Infinity is a concept that stretches the limits of human comprehension. It represents something without bounds, endless and immeasurable. In the realm of mathematics and physics, infinity is not a number, but rather a concept describing limitlessness. To grasp infinity, imagine counting upward and never stopping. No matter how high you count, there is always a larger number. This endless progression embodies the essence of infinity. Similarly, picture dividing a number repeatedly by 2. The resulting fractions become increasingly smaller, approaching but never quite reaching 0, illustrating another facet of infinity. In the cosmos, we encounter the concept of infinity in various forms. The universe might be infinite in size, extending endlessly in all directions without a boundary. Time could potentially be infinite, stretching eternally into the past and future. Even the number of possible universes in a theoretical multiverse might be infinite. Understanding infinity challenges our finite minds, yet it remains a crucial concept in our quest to comprehend the fundamental nature of reality. It pushes the boundaries of our thinking and invites us to ponder the truly vast scale of existence. Mathematicians approach infinity not as a number, but as a concept describing something without bounds or limits. In set theory, infinity is explored through the idea of infinite sets, which contain an endless number of elements. The smallest type of infinity, known as countable infinity, represents sets that can be put into a one-to-one correspondence with the natural numbers. Georg Cantor, a pioneering mathematician in this field, demonstrated that some infinities are larger than others. He showed that the set of real numbers is uncountably infinite, meaning it contains more elements than the set of natural numbers. This led to the understanding that there are different sizes or cardinalities of infinity. In calculus, infinity appears in the context of limits. As a variable approaches infinity, it grows without bound. This concept is crucial in understanding asymptotes and the behavior of functions as they extend towards extremely large values. Infinity also plays a role in geometry, particularly in projective geometry, where parallel lines are said to meet at a point at infinity. This concept helps unify different types of geometric systems and provides a way to reason about objects that extend beyond our immediate perception. The concept of infinity challenges even the most advanced human minds. Our brains evolved to understand finite quantities and tangible objects, making it difficult to grasp something without limits or boundaries. When we try to imagine infinity, we often resort to visualizing very large numbers or endless sequences, but true infinity goes beyond these finite representations. Mathematicians and physicists work with infinity as an abstract concept, using it in calculations and theories. However, even they struggle to fully comprehend its implications. The human mind tends to simplify complex ideas, and infinity resists simplification by its very nature. Interestingly, our inability to fully comprehend infinity might actually drive scientific curiosity and exploration. It pushes us to expand our understanding, develop new mathematical tools, and explore the boundaries of our knowledge. This pursuit has led to significant advancements in fields like cosmology, where scientists grapple with questions about the size and age of the universe. While we may never truly comprehend infinity in its entirety, our continuous efforts to understand it reveal the remarkable capacity of the human mind to wrestle with abstract concepts and push the limits of our cognition. This ongoing challenge serves as a reminder of the vast mysteries that still exist in our universe, waiting to be explored. Infinity, A concept that stretches the limits of human comprehension manifests in various forms throughout nature. One striking example is the fractal patterns found in many natural structures. Romanesco broccoli, with its spiraling florets that repeat at ever smaller scales, demonstrates this infinite self-similarity. Each part of the vegetable resembles the whole, theoretically continuing forever if we could zoom in indefinitely. The coastline paradox offers another glimpse of infinity in the natural world. As we measure a coastline with increasingly precise tools, we discover more and more minute details, causing the measured length to grow longer and longer. This phenomenon suggests that coastlines have an infinite length when measured at infinitely small scales. In the realm of biology, the potential genetic combinations in sexual reproduction approach infinity. With billions of possible combinations from each parent, the number of unique individuals that could theoretically exist is essentially limitless. This vast genetic diversity underpins the incredible variety of life on Earth and the ongoing process of evolution. Looking to the cosmos, we find perhaps the most awe-inspiring example of infinity. Current models suggest that the universe might be infinite in size, extending endlessly in all directions. If true, this would mean an infinite number of galaxies, stars, and possibly even replicas of our own world, existing somewhere in the unfathomable expanse of space. Time and infinity are deeply intertwined concepts that challenge our understanding of the universe. When we consider time stretching endlessly into the past and future, we encounter the notion of temporal infinity. This concept suggests that time has no beginning and no end, extending forever in both directions. In cosmology, the idea of infinite time raises intriguing questions about the origin and fate of our universe. Some theories propose that the universe has always existed and will continue to exist forever, embodying a form of temporal infinity. Others suggest that time itself may have begun with the Big Bang, introducing the perplexing idea of a starting point for time itself. The concept of infinity in time also relates to the nature of physical processes. In an infinite timeline, one could argue that every possible event, no matter how improbable, would eventually occur. This leads to mind-bending scenarios like the concept of eternal return, where given enough time, the exact configuration of particles in the universe would repeat itself. However, our current understanding of physics suggests that the universe may have a finite lifespan, potentially ending in heat death or a big crunch. This introduces a tension between our intuitive notion of infinite time and the physical constraints of our universe, highlighting the complex relationship between infinity and our perception of time. In the realm of mathematics, infinity is not just a single, monolithic concept. There are indeed different types and sizes of infinity, a fact that often surprises people and challenges our intuitive understanding of numbers and quantity. The smallest type of infinity is known as countable infinity. This is the infinity of natural numbers, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Despite being infinite, we can theoretically count these numbers given unlimited time. However, there are larger infinities that surpass even this endless list. One such larger infinity is the set of real numbers, which includes all rational and irrational numbers. This set is uncountable, meaning it's impossible to list all its members, even with unlimited time. The infinity of real numbers is demonstrably larger than the infinity of natural numbers, a concept first proven by mathematician Georg Cantor. Even more mind-bending is the fact that there are infinities larger than the set of real numbers. In fact, there is no largest infinity. For any given infinity, we can always construct a larger one. This hierarchy of infinities extends endlessly, creating a dizzying landscape of ever-increasing magnitudes that stretches far beyond our everyday understanding of numbers and quantity. Ancient civilizations grappled with the concept of infinity in various ways, often intertwining it with their religious and philosophical beliefs. The ancient Greeks, particularly the Pythagoreans, were among the first to seriously contemplate the nature of infinity. They struggled with the idea, as it seemed to contradict their understanding of a finite, orderly universe. In ancient India, the concept of infinity was more readily accepted. Hindu cosmology embraced the idea of an infinite universe with endless cycles of creation and destruction. This view aligned with their belief in reincarnation and the eternal nature of the soul. Ancient Egyptian and Mesopotamian cultures, while not directly addressing infinity, developed sophisticated number systems that could handle very large quantities. This laid the groundwork for later civilizations to explore the concept of boundlessness in mathematics and philosophy. Chinese thinkers, such as those from the Mohist school, discussed concepts related to infinity in their writings on geometry and physics. They pondered questions about the divisibility of space and time, indirectly touching on ideas of the infinitely small and infinitely large. Cantor's theory of transfinite numbers revolutionized our understanding of infinity. Georg Cantor, a German mathematician, proposed that there are different sizes or levels of infinity, challenging the notion that all infinities are equal. At the heart of Cantor's theory is the concept of one-to-one correspondence. He demonstrated that the set of natural numbers, which includes all positive integers, has the same size as the set of even numbers. This seems counterintuitive, as there are clearly fewer even numbers than natural numbers. However, Cantor showed that each natural number could be paired with an even number, creating a perfect match between the two sets. Cantor then made a groundbreaking discovery. He proved that the set of real numbers, which includes all rational and irrational numbers, is larger than the set of natural numbers. This larger infinity, which he called uncountable, cannot be put into a one-to-one correspondence with the natural numbers. This revelation led to the concept of different levels or cardinalities of infinity. These ideas formed the foundation of set theory and had profound implications for mathematics and philosophy. Cantor's work opened up new avenues of mathematical exploration and continues to influence our understanding of infinity and the nature of numbers to this day. Infinity and eternity are closely intertwined concepts that stretch the limits of human comprehension. Infinity refers to boundlessness in quantity or extent, while eternity relates to endless time. Both notions challenge our understanding of the universe and existence itself. In mathematics, infinity is a concept used to describe quantities without limit. This abstract idea finds application in cosmology when scientists ponder the vastness of space. Some theories suggest our universe might be infinite in size, extending endlessly in all directions. This spatial infinity connects with the temporal concept of eternity, as an infinite universe could potentially exist forever. Eternity, often described as time without beginning or end, aligns with certain cosmological models. Some theories propose that time itself might be infinite, stretching infinitely into the past and future. This idea of eternal time raises profound questions about the nature of existence and the potential for cyclic universes that repeat endlessly. The relationship between infinity and eternity becomes particularly intriguing when considering the fate of the universe. If space and time are truly infinite, it implies that the cosmos might persist eternally, perhaps even spawning new universes in a never-ending cycle. This connection between spatial infinity and temporal eternity continues to fuel scientific inquiry and philosophical debate about the fundamental nature of reality. Infinity presents numerous paradoxes that challenge our understanding of mathematics and the universe. One such paradox is the hotel infinity, which imagines a hotel with an infinite number of rooms, all of which are occupied. Surprisingly, this hotel can still accommodate new guests by shifting all current occupants to the next room, freeing up the first room. This paradox illustrates how infinity can be added to itself and still remain infinite. Another perplexing concept is the infinite series paradox. For instance, the sum of 1 + 1/2 + 1/4 and so on approaches, but never reaches 2. This demonstrates how an infinite number of terms can add up to a finite value, contradicting our intuitive understanding of addition. The concept of infinite divisibility also presents paradoxes. Zeno's paradox of Achilles and the tortoise shows how, in theory, the faster Achilles can never overtake the slower tortoise if he must always cover half the remaining distance, as there are infinitely many half-distances to cover. This paradox highlights the disconnect between mathematical infinity and physical reality. These paradoxes reveal the complex nature of infinity and its ability to defy our everyday logic. They force us to reconsider our assumptions about mathematics and the physical world, pushing the boundaries of our understanding and inspiring further exploration into the nature of the infinite. The observable universe encompasses everything we can detect from Earth, stretching out in all directions to the farthest limits of our vision. It represents the cosmic horizon of human knowledge, extending approximately 93 billion light-years in diameter. This vast expanse contains hundreds of billions of galaxies, each home to hundreds of billions of stars, along with countless planets, nebulae, and other celestial objects. Light from the edge of the observable universe has traveled for nearly 14 billion years to reach us, offering a glimpse into the cosmic past. As we peer deeper into space, we look further back in time, observing galaxies and stars as they appeared billions of years ago. This cosmic time machine allows astronomers to study the evolution of the universe from its earliest stages to the present day. The observable universe is constantly expanding, with distant galaxies moving away from us at increasing speeds. However, the observable universe is not the entire universe. It represents only the portion we can see due to the finite speed of light and the age of the universe. The actual universe likely extends far beyond what we can observe, potentially infinitely, holding mysteries that lie forever beyond our cosmic horizon. The observable universe is unimaginably vast, stretching out to a radius of approximately 46 billion light-years in every direction from Earth. This means that the total diameter of the observable universe is around 92 billion light-years across. To put this in perspective, light, which travels at 300,000 kilometers per second, would take 46 billion years to travel from Earth to the edge of the observable universe. However, it is crucial to understand that this does not represent the entire universe, but only the part we can observe due to the limitations of light speed and the age of the universe. The actual universe may be much larger, possibly even infinite in size. The observable universe is essentially our cosmic horizon, the furthest distance from which light has had time to reach us since the beginning of the universe. Interestingly, the observable universe is constantly expanding. As time passes, light from more distant regions of space reaches us, gradually increasing the volume of the observable universe. This expansion is not due to objects moving away from us faster than light, but rather the expansion of space itself, carrying distant galaxies away from us at increasing speeds. Despite its immense size, the observable universe represents only a fraction of what might exist beyond our cosmic horizon. The true extent of the universe remains one of the greatest mysteries in cosmology, challenging our understanding of space, time, and the fundamental nature of reality itself. The cosmic horizon marks the farthest distance we can observe in the universe. It represents the limit of our visible cosmos, beyond which light has not had enough time to reach Earth since the beginning of the universe. This boundary is not fixed, but expands as the universe ages, allowing us to see more distant regions over time. The significance of the cosmic horizon lies in its role as the edge of our observable universe. It defines the extent of what we can directly study and measure, shaping our understanding of cosmic structure and evolution. Everything we know about the universe comes from observations within this horizon, making it a fundamental concept in cosmology. Interestingly, the cosmic horizon does not represent the actual edge of the universe. The universe likely extends far beyond what we can see, perhaps infinitely. This means there are parts of the cosmos forever hidden from our view, raising intriguing questions about the nature of reality beyond our observable bubble. The cosmic horizon also relates to the age of the universe. Light from the most distant observable objects has been traveling for almost the entire history of the cosmos, providing a glimpse into conditions in the early universe. This connection between distance and time allows astronomers to use the cosmic horizon as a tool for studying cosmic evolution and the fundamental properties of space and time. Measuring distances in the observable universe is a complex task that relies on multiple methods, each suited for different cosmic scales. For nearby stars, astronomers use parallax, observing a star's apparent shift in position as Earth orbits the Sun. This technique works well for distances up to about 3,000 light-years. Beyond parallax, scientists employ a cosmic distance ladder, using each method to calibrate the next. One crucial rung on this ladder is the period luminosity relationship of Cepheid variable stars. These stars pulsate at regular intervals, and their period of pulsation is directly related to their brightness. By comparing their apparent brightness to their known intrinsic brightness, astronomers can calculate their distance. For even greater distances, Type Ia supernovae serve as standard candles. These explosions of white dwarf stars always reach the same peak brightness, allowing astronomers to determine the distance to their host galaxies. This method has been instrumental in measuring distances to galaxies billions of light-years away. At the largest scales, scientists use the cosmic microwave background and the expansion of the universe itself to gauge distances. By analyzing the patterns in this ancient light and understanding how the universe has expanded since its emission, cosmologists can map out the most distant reaches of the observable universe. The largest known structures in the observable universe are cosmic webs of galaxies interconnected by vast filaments of gas and dark matter. These immense networks stretch across billions of light-years, dwarfing even the largest individual galaxies and galaxy clusters. At the grandest scale, we find enormous galaxy superclusters, collections of thousands of galaxies bound together by gravity. The Laniakea supercluster, which includes our own Milky Way, spans more than 500 million light-years. Yet even this colossal structure is just a small part of the cosmic web. Perhaps the most awe-inspiring large-scale structures are cosmic voids, enormous regions of space almost entirely devoid of galaxies. The largest known void, called the Boötes void, measures a staggering 700 million light-years across. These voids play a crucial role in shaping the universe's overall structure, acting as the empty spaces between the dense filaments of the cosmic web. Astronomers have also discovered giant galaxy walls, such as the Sloan Great Wall, which extends for more than 1 billion light-years. These walls consist of countless galaxies arranged in sheet-like structures, forming some of the most visually striking features of the large-scale universe. Together, these immense structures paint a picture of a cosmos organized on scales far beyond our everyday comprehension. Our understanding of the universe's size has undergone a dramatic transformation throughout history. Ancient civilizations believed the Earth was the center of a relatively small cosmos, with the stars fixed on a celestial sphere. This geocentric model persisted for centuries, limiting our conception of the universe's true scale. The scientific revolution brought significant changes. Copernicus proposed a heliocentric model, placing the Sun at the center of our solar system. This shift expanded our cosmic perspective, but the universe was still thought to be much smaller than we know today. Galileo's telescope observations in the early 17th century revealed countless stars invisible to the naked eye, hinting at a vastly larger cosmos. As astronomical instruments improved, our grasp of cosmic distances grew. In the early 20th century, Edwin Hubble made groundbreaking discoveries using the 100-inch Hooker telescope. He proved that the Andromeda Nebula was actually a separate galaxy far beyond our Milky Way, instantly expanding the known universe by orders of magnitude. Modern observations have revealed a cosmos of almost incomprehensible size. We now know the observable universe spans billions of light-years, containing hundreds of billions of galaxies. Each galaxy houses hundreds of billions of stars. This expansion of our cosmic understanding continues as new technologies allow us to peer ever deeper into space, uncovering an ever larger and more complex universe. The observable universe represents the cosmic horizon of what we can currently detect from Earth. But this visible portion is just a fraction of the entire universe. Beyond our cosmic horizon likely exists more of the same: countless galaxies, stars, planets, and vast expanses of space. Current theories suggest the universe extends far beyond what we can observe, potentially hundreds of billions of light-years or more. This unobservable region is thought to contain similar structures and follow the same physical laws as the part we can see. However, due to the expansion of space and the finite speed of light, we will never be able to directly observe or interact with these distant regions. Some cosmologists propose the existence of a multiverse, where our universe is just one of many. These other universes might have different physical constants or laws of nature. However, the multiverse concept remains highly speculative and currently lies outside the realm of testable science. While we cannot directly study what lies beyond the observable universe, ongoing research in cosmology and advances in technology continue to expand our understanding of the cosmos and push the boundaries of what we can observe and comprehend. The expansion of the universe profoundly influences our observations of distant cosmic objects. As space itself stretches, light traveling through it is affected, causing what we call redshift. This phenomenon occurs when the wavelengths of light from distant galaxies are stretched, shifting them towards the red end of the spectrum. The farther away a galaxy is, the more pronounced this redshift becomes, allowing astronomers to gauge cosmic distances. This expansion also impacts our ability to see the entire observable universe. Light from the most distant regions has taken billions of years to reach us, and during that time, the universe has continued to expand. Consequently, there are parts of the universe so far away that their light has not yet had time to reach Earth, creating a cosmic horizon beyond which we cannot observe. The expansion of the universe also affects our understanding of cosmic history. As we look deeper into space, we are essentially looking back in time, observing galaxies and cosmic structures as they appeared millions or billions of years ago. This allows astronomers to study the evolution of the universe, but it also means that our observations of the most distant objects show them in their infant stages, rather than as they might appear today. Furthermore, the accelerating nature of cosmic expansion, driven by the mysterious force known as dark energy, implies that the universe will continue to spread out at an ever-increasing rate. This suggests that in the far future, distant galaxies will eventually move beyond our cosmic horizon, becoming forever unobservable from Earth. Astronomers employ a diverse array of tools and technologies to explore the observable universe. Telescopes are the primary instruments, ranging from optical telescopes that capture visible light to radio telescopes that detect radio waves emitted by celestial objects. Space telescopes like the Hubble Space Telescope and the James Webb Space Telescope provide unparalleled views of distant galaxies and cosmic phenomena, free from the distortions of Earth's atmosphere. Spectroscopy plays a crucial role in studying the composition and motion of celestial bodies. By analyzing the light from stars and galaxies, scientists can determine their chemical makeup, temperature, and velocity. This technique has led to groundbreaking discoveries, including the expansion of the universe and the presence of exoplanets around distant stars. Advanced computer systems and software are essential for processing and analyzing the vast amounts of data collected by these instruments. Supercomputers run complex simulations of cosmic events, helping scientists understand phenomena like galaxy formation and the behavior of black holes. Artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms are increasingly used to identify patterns and anomalies in astronomical data that might otherwise go unnoticed. Ground-based observatories continue to push the boundaries of our understanding, with massive installations like the Very Large Array in New Mexico and the upcoming Extremely Large Telescope in Chile. These facilities combine cutting-edge technology with innovative design to peer deeper into space than ever before, uncovering new secrets of the cosmos and expanding our knowledge of the observable universe. The age of the universe directly influences its observable size. As the universe expands over time, light from more distant regions reaches us, increasing the volume we can observe. This observable universe is roughly 93 billion light-years in diameter, a size determined by how far light has traveled since the Big Bang about 13.8 billion years ago. Interestingly, the observable universe is much larger than its age might suggest. This is due to cosmic expansion, which stretches space itself. As light travels towards us, the space it moves through continues to expand, allowing us to see farther than 13.8 billion light-years in any direction. This expansion also means that the most distant objects we can see are now much farther away than when their light first began its journey towards Earth. The light from these ancient galaxies has been traveling for most of the universe's history, offering us a glimpse into the cosmic past. The relationship between the universe's age and size is dynamic and ongoing. As time passes, our observable universe grows, revealing ever more distant regions and potentially uncovering new insights about the early stages of cosmic evolution. Several scientific theories propose the possibility of an infinite universe. The concept of cosmic inflation, developed by physicist Alan Guth in the 1980s, suggests that the early universe underwent a period of rapid expansion. This theory implies that our observable universe might be just a tiny fraction of a much larger, possibly infinite, cosmic expanse. Another idea supporting an infinite universe comes from the flat geometry of spacetime. Observations of cosmic microwave background radiation indicate that the universe is remarkably close to being flat. In a flat universe, parallel lines never meet, and space could extend infinitely in all directions. The theory of eternal inflation, proposed by physicist Andre Linde, builds on the inflation model. It suggests that inflation never completely stops, continually creating new regions of spacetime. This process could result in an infinite number of bubble universes, collectively forming an infinitely large multiverse. However, it is important to note that while these theories suggest the possibility of an infinite universe, they remain unproven. The true nature and extent of our cosmos continue to be subjects of intense scientific investigation and debate. Cosmic inflation provides a compelling explanation for the uniformity and flatness of our observable universe. This theory suggests that in the earliest moments after the Big Bang, the universe underwent a period of exponential expansion, stretching faster than the speed of light. During this brief but intense phase, quantum fluctuations were amplified to cosmic scales, seeding the structure we see today. The concept of inflation opens up intriguing possibilities regarding the nature of the universe beyond our observable horizon. As the inflationary period ended at different times in different regions, it may have given rise to a vast multiverse containing countless bubble universes, each with its own physical laws and properties. In this scenario, our observable universe would be just one bubble in an infinitely larger cosmic structure. Some versions of inflationary theory propose that this process of expansion and bubble universe creation continues eternally, resulting in an infinite number of universes being born across an ever-expanding cosmic landscape. This idea, known as eternal inflation, suggests that the totality of existence might be infinite in both space and time. While the concept of an infinite universe arising from inflation is theoretically possible, it remains speculative. The theory of cosmic inflation itself is well supported by observational evidence, but the existence of a multiverse or an infinite cosmos remains beyond our current ability to verify empirically. Nevertheless, these ideas continue to fascinate cosmologists and drive further research into the nature and origins of our universe. The multiverse is a theoretical concept proposing the existence of multiple universes beyond our own. This idea suggests that our universe is just one of many, possibly infinite, universes existing simultaneously. Each universe within the multiverse might have its own unique set of physical laws, constants, and properties differing from our own in ways we can barely imagine. The relationship between the multiverse and infinity is profound and complex. If the multiverse theory holds true, it could potentially represent an infinite landscape of realities. This infinity might manifest in several ways. There could be an infinite number of universes, each slightly different from the next. Alternatively, there might be a finite number of universes that repeat infinitely, creating an endless cycle of realities. Some theories propose that every possible outcome of every event occurs in a separate universe, leading to an infinite branching of realities. This concept, known as the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, suggests that infinity is not just a feature of the multiverse, but an integral part of its very nature. The multiverse theory also relates to infinity in terms of possibilities. If infinite universes exist, then theoretically, anything that can happen will happen, and indeed must happen, an infinite number of times. This mind-bending concept challenges our understanding of uniqueness and probability, suggesting that in the grand scheme of the multiverse, even the most unlikely events are not just possible, but inevitable. String theory proposes that the fundamental components of our universe are not point-like particles, but tiny, vibrating strings of energy. These strings can vibrate in different ways, giving rise to all the particles and forces we observe. To accommodate these vibrations, string theory requires the existence of additional spatial dimensions beyond the three we experience in our daily lives. The concept of multiple dimensions opens up fascinating possibilities for the structure of our universe. In this framework, our observable universe might be just one of many three-dimensional brains floating in a higher dimensional space. These extra dimensions could potentially be infinite in extent, or they might be curled up so tightly that we cannot detect them directly. This multidimensional perspective aligns with the idea of an infinite universe in several ways. First, it suggests that what we perceive as our universe might be just one slice of a much larger reality. Second, the extra dimensions provide more space for universes to exist, potentially allowing for an infinite number of parallel universes or alternate realities. Moreover, string theory's mathematical framework often leads to solutions that describe not just one universe, but a vast landscape of possible universes, each with its own physical laws and constants. This multiverse concept further supports the notion of an infinite cosmos, where our universe is just one of countless others, each potentially infinite in its own right. The concept of an infinite universe has intrigued scientists and philosophers for centuries. Observational evidence both supports and challenges this idea, making it a complex topic in cosmology. One piece of evidence that initially seemed to support an infinite universe was the uniformity of the cosmic microwave background radiation. This afterglow from the early universe appears remarkably consistent in all directions, suggesting that the universe might extend infinitely. However, this uniformity can also be explained by cosmic inflation, a period of rapid expansion in the early universe without necessarily implying an infinite extent. Challenges to the infinite universe concept come from observations of the universe's structure. Galaxy surveys have revealed a cosmic web of matter, with clusters and superclusters forming patterns that appear to have a maximum size. This apparent upper limit to structural formations could indicate that the universe is finite. The curvature of space is another crucial factor. Precise measurements of the cosmic microwave background suggest that the universe is flat or very nearly so. While a flat universe could theoretically be infinite, it does not necessarily prove infinity. These observations leave the question of the universe's extent tantalizingly open, spurring further research and debate among cosmologists. Dark energy plays a crucial role in theories of an infinite universe, fundamentally shaping our understanding of cosmic expansion and the ultimate fate of the cosmos. This mysterious force, which accounts for about 68% of the energy content in the observable universe, exerts a repulsive effect that counteracts gravity on the largest scales. In the context of an infinite universe, dark energy becomes even more significant. Its consistent outward push causes the expansion of space to accelerate, potentially driving cosmic expansion indefinitely. This acceleration means that distant regions of an infinite universe would be moving away from each other at ever-increasing speeds, eventually exceeding the speed of light relative to one another. The concept of an infinite universe, coupled with dark energy, leads to intriguing possibilities. It suggests that the observable universe, the part we can see, might be just a tiny fraction of a vastly larger or even limitless cosmos. As the expansion accelerates, more of the universe would perpetually move beyond our cosmic horizon, becoming forever unobservable to us. However, it's important to note that the true nature of dark energy remains one of the biggest mysteries in modern cosmology. Its properties and behavior over cosmic timescales are still subjects of intense research and debate, leaving open questions about its long-term effects on an potentially infinite universe. The concept of an infinite universe poses intriguing challenges to the heat-death theory. In a universe without boundaries, the distribution of energy becomes a complex consideration. The heat-death theory suggests that over vast timescales, all energy in the universe will eventually spread out evenly, resulting in a state of maximum entropy where no useful work can be done. However, in an infinite universe, this process becomes more complicated. With an endless expanse of space, there would always be regions beyond our observable universe that could potentially have different energy states. This raises questions about whether true thermal equilibrium could ever be achieved on a universal scale. Furthermore, an infinite universe might contain an infinite amount of matter and energy. In such a scenario, even as entropy increases in one region, there could always be other areas with lower entropy, potentially allowing for the continuation of complex structures and processes indefinitely. These considerations do not necessarily invalidate the heat-death theory, but they do require us to think carefully about how it might apply in an infinite context. The implications highlight the profound connections between the nature of space, time, and the fundamental laws of thermodynamics that govern our universe. Quantum mechanics revolutionizes our understanding of the potentially infinite universe by revealing the bizarre nature of reality at its smallest scales. This fundamental theory describes a world where particles can exist in multiple states simultaneously, only settling into a definite state when observed. This phenomenon, known as superposition, challenges our classical notions of reality and suggests that the universe might be far more complex than we initially thought. The quantum world also introduces the concept of entanglement, where particles can instantaneously influence each other regardless of the distance between them. This seemingly impossible connection across vast expanses of space hints at hidden dimensions or underlying structures in the universe that we are yet to fully comprehend. Such quantum effects could potentially explain how information and causality operate on a cosmic scale, reshaping our understanding of space and time. Furthermore, quantum mechanics proposes the existence of virtual particles that constantly pop in and out of existence, even in the vacuum of space. This quantum foam, as it is sometimes called, suggests that empty space is not truly empty, but teeming with energy and possibility. Some theories propose that these quantum fluctuations could give rise to entire universes, potentially explaining the existence of our own universe and supporting the idea of a vast multiverse. Quantum mechanics also plays a crucial role in our understanding of black holes and the early universe. It provides a framework for explaining phenomena like Hawking radiation and cosmic inflation, which are essential in describing the behavior of the universe at extreme scales. By bridging the gap between the infinitesimally small and the unimaginably large, quantum mechanics offers a pathway to a more complete understanding of our potentially infinite cosmos. While the concept of an infinite universe has long captivated scientists and philosophers, several alternative theories have emerged to challenge this notion. One prominent idea is the finite universe model, which suggests our cosmos has definite boundaries and a measurable size. This theory proposes that space itself might be curved, potentially allowing an observer to travel in one direction and eventually return to their starting point, much like circumnavigating a planet. Another intriguing alternative is the multiverse theory, which posits the existence of multiple universes beyond our own. This concept encompasses various scenarios, including the idea of parallel universes where different versions of reality unfold, or bubble universes that form and expand independently within a larger cosmic framework. The holographic universe theory offers a radically different perspective, suggesting that our three-dimensional reality might be a projection from a two-dimensional boundary. This mind-bending concept draws parallels between the universe and a hologram, implying that the information about our entire cosmos could be encoded on a surface area. Cyclic universe models present yet another alternative, proposing that the universe undergoes endless cycles of expansion and contraction. In these scenarios, each cycle might result in a Big Bang, followed by expansion, and eventually leading to a big crunch or other form of cosmic reset, perpetually repeating this grand cosmic dance. Scientists employ a variety of sophisticated methods to test theories about the size and shape of the universe. One key approach involves studying the cosmic microwave background radiation, the oldest light in the universe. By analyzing patterns in this radiation, researchers can infer the overall geometry of space. Another crucial technique is the measurement of large-scale structures in the cosmos. Astronomers map the distribution of galaxies and galaxy clusters across vast distances, looking for repeating patterns that could indicate the universe's shape. This method, known as Baryon acoustic oscillations, provides valuable clues about the universe's expansion history and its current state. Gravitational lensing also plays a significant role in these investigations. As light from distant objects bends around massive celestial bodies, scientists can use these distortions to probe the distribution of matter and energy in the universe. This information helps constrain models of cosmic structure and expansion. Advanced space telescopes and ground-based observatories are essential tools in this quest. They allow scientists to peer deeper into space and further back in time, gathering data that can be used to test and refine theories about the universe's size, shape, and evolution. By combining multiple lines of evidence from these diverse methods, researchers continue to refine our understanding of the cosmos and its fundamental properties. Major monotheistic religions share the core belief in a single, supreme deity, but their specific definitions and understandings of God vary. In Judaism, God is often referred to as Yahweh or Adonai, viewed as the eternal creator and sustainer of the universe. Jewish tradition emphasizes God's transcendence and incorporates both personal and abstract concepts of the divine. Christianity, which emerged from Judaism, maintains the belief in one God, but introduces the concept of the Trinity. This doctrine describes God as three distinct persons: the Father, the Son, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit, all sharing one divine essence. Christians view God as both transcendent and immanent, capable of personal relationships with humanity. Islam, the youngest of the three major monotheistic faiths, refers to God as Allah. Muslims emphasize the absolute oneness and uniqueness of God, rejecting any notion of divine partners or offspring. Islamic theology stresses God's omnipotence, mercy, and role as the ultimate judge. While these religions share some common ground in their monotheistic beliefs, their specific theological interpretations and religious practices surrounding the concept of God can differ significantly, reflecting their distinct historical and cultural contexts. Across many religions and belief systems, certain attributes are frequently associated with the concept of God. Omnipotence, or unlimited power, is often ascribed to divine beings. This characteristic suggests that God can accomplish anything and everything, transcending the laws of nature as understood by humans. Omniscience, or all-knowing wisdom, is another trait commonly linked to God. This implies that the divine has complete knowledge of past, present, and future events, as well as the innermost thoughts and feelings of all beings. Many faiths also describe God as omnipresent, existing everywhere simultaneously, permeating all of creation and beyond. Benevolence and mercy are qualities that numerous religions attribute to their deities. This notion portrays God as a loving, compassionate entity that cares for its creations and offers forgiveness. Conversely, some belief systems also emphasize divine justice, suggesting that God judges and punishes wrongdoing. Eternal and unchanging nature is yet another attribute often associated with God. This concept presents the divine as existing outside of time, without beginning or end, and remaining constant and character throughout eternity. These attributes, while common, can vary significantly between different faiths and even among followers within the same religion. Polytheistic religions envision a multitude of divine beings, each with distinct roles, personalities, and domains of influence. These deities often form complex pantheons, interacting with one another and with the mortal world in various ways. Unlike monotheistic faiths that center on a single, all-powerful God, polytheistic traditions distribute divine attributes and responsibilities among numerous gods and goddesses. In many polytheistic systems, deities are associated with natural phenomena, human activities, or abstract concepts. For instance, a god might govern the seas, while a goddess oversees agriculture. Some divine beings represent cosmic forces like love, war, or wisdom. This diverse array of deities allows followers to seek divine assistance or guidance for specific aspects of their lives. Polytheistic religions frequently feature hierarchies among their gods, with some deities holding more power or importance than others. These divine hierarchies often mirror human social structures, with ruling gods, messenger deities, and lesser spirits or demigods. The relationships between gods can be complex, involving familial ties, alliances, and conflicts that form the basis of rich mythological narratives. Importantly, polytheistic conceptualizations of divine beings tend to portray gods as more human-like in their emotions, motivations, and fallibilities compared to monotheistic traditions. This anthropomorphic approach to divinity creates a sense of relatability and allows for a more personal connection between worshippers and their chosen deities, while also explaining the complexities and contradictions of the natural world through divine interactions and conflicts. The concept of a personal versus an impersonal God represents two fundamentally different views of the divine in various religious and philosophical traditions. A personal God is often depicted as a conscious being with whom individuals can have a relationship. This God is typically seen as having characteristics similar to human personalities, such as thoughts, emotions, and the ability to interact directly with creation. Many monotheistic religions, including Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, generally portray God in this personal manner. On the other hand, an impersonal God is often conceived as a cosmic force or principle rather than a sentient being. This view of God does not attribute human-like qualities to the divine, but instead sees it as an all-encompassing energy or ultimate reality. Some Eastern religions and philosophical traditions, such as certain forms of Hinduism and Buddhism, lean towards this impersonal concept of the divine. The distinction between these two concepts significantly impacts how followers relate to their deity. Those who believe in a personal God often engage in prayer, worship, and seek a direct, individual relationship with the divine. Believers in an impersonal God might instead focus on aligning themselves with cosmic principles or achieving union with the ultimate reality through meditation or other spiritual practices. This difference in divine conception also influences how adherents understand the nature of the universe and their place within it. While the personal God view often emphasizes individual souls and divine judgment, the impersonal God concept may focus more on the interconnectedness of all things and the cyclical nature of existence. Mystical traditions across religions often view God in ways that transcend conventional understanding. In many of these traditions, God is seen not as a separate entity, but as an all-encompassing presence that permeates everything in existence. This perspective shifts the focus from a personal deity to a universal consciousness or ultimate reality. For instance, in Islamic Sufism, God is often described as the beloved, emphasizing a deeply personal and intimate relationship. Sufi mystics seek to dissolve their individual selves into the divine essence, a state known as fana. Similarly, Hindu mysticism, particularly in Advaita Vedanta, perceives Brahman as the ultimate, formless reality underlying all existence. The goal is to realize one's true nature as identical with this divine essence. Christian mysticism, exemplified by figures like Meister Eckhart, often speaks of God as a groundless ground of being, beyond all categories and descriptions. This apophatic approach emphasizes what God is not, rather than what God is, acknowledging the limitations of human understanding. Buddhist mysticism, while not centered on a creator deity, shares similar concepts of ultimate reality or emptiness that transcends ordinary perception. These mystical traditions, despite their differences, often converge on the idea of unity and non-duality. They suggest that the perception of separation between the divine and the mundane, or between self and other, is an illusion to be transcended through spiritual practice and direct experience. This perspective offers a profound contrast to more conventional religious views, inviting practitioners to explore the depths of consciousness and reality itself. Omnipotence is a fundamental attribute often ascribed to God in many religious and philosophical traditions. This concept suggests that God possesses unlimited power and can do anything that is logically possible. The idea of divine omnipotence has been a subject of debate and contemplation for centuries, with theologians and philosophers grappling with its implications. An omnipotent God would have the ability to create, destroy, and manipulate the universe and all its contents at will. This power extends beyond the physical realm, encompassing control over time, space, and the laws of nature themselves. Such a being could, in theory, alter reality, perform miracles, and shape the course of events according to their divine plan. However, the concept of omnipotence raises some intriguing philosophical questions. For instance, can an all-powerful being create a stone so heavy that even they cannot lift it? This paradox challenges our understanding of unlimited power and has led to various interpretations and debates about the nature of omnipotence. It is important to note that the concept of divine omnipotence varies across different religious traditions and philosophical schools of thought. Some interpret it as absolute and unrestricted power, while others view it as the ability to do anything that is logically coherent and consistent with God's nature and purpose. Religions across the world offer diverse perspectives on how God interacts with time and space. In many monotheistic traditions, such as Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, God is often portrayed as existing outside of time and space, transcending these physical constraints. These faiths typically describe God as eternal, without beginning or end, and omnipresent, existing everywhere simultaneously. Hinduism presents a more complex view, with some schools of thought describing Brahman, the ultimate reality, as both immanent within the universe and transcendent beyond it. This concept suggests that the divine permeates all of space and time, while also existing beyond their boundaries. Buddhism, which does not focus on a creator deity, instead explores the nature of reality and time through concepts like impermanence and emptiness. Some Buddhist teachings suggest that time and space are mental constructs rather than absolute realities. Ancient polytheistic religions often depicted gods as being subject to time and space, with specific deities associated with particular locations or natural phenomena. These gods were seen as powerful beings operating within the universe rather than existing beyond it. The concepts of divine transcendence and immanence represent two fundamental ways of understanding the nature and relationship of the divine to the physical universe. Transcendence refers to the idea that the divine exists beyond or outside the material world, separate from physical reality. This view holds that God, or the ultimate reality, is wholly other, beyond human comprehension and experience. Immanence, on the other hand, suggests that the divine permeates the physical universe, existing within and throughout all of creation. This perspective sees God, or the ultimate reality, as intimately connected with the world, accessible through nature and human experience. Immanence implies a closer, more immediate relationship between the divine and the physical realm. These two concepts are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Many religious and philosophical traditions incorporate elements of both transcendence and immanence in their understanding of the divine. Some view the ultimate reality as simultaneously beyond the universe and present within it, maintaining a delicate balance between otherness and closeness. The tension between transcendence and immanence has profound implications for how people relate to the divine and understand their place in the cosmos. It influences religious practices, ethical systems, and even scientific inquiry into the nature of reality and consciousness. Atheistic and agnostic perspectives offer distinct viewpoints on the concept of God. Atheism, at its core, is the absence of belief in any deities or divine beings. Atheists generally hold that there is insufficient evidence to support the existence of God or gods, and many argue that the natural world can be explained without invoking supernatural entities. Agnosticism, on the other hand, takes a more nuanced stance. Agnostics maintain that the existence or non-existence of God is unknown or unknowable. They often argue that current human knowledge and methods of inquiry are insufficient to prove or disprove the existence of a divine being. Some agnostics remain open to the possibility of a higher power, while others lean towards skepticism. Both atheists and agnostics often emphasize the importance of scientific evidence and rational inquiry in forming their worldviews. They typically reject religious dogma and supernatural explanations for natural phenomena, instead favoring empirical observation and logical reasoning. However, it is important to note that individual perspectives within these broad categories can vary widely. Many atheists and agnostics view the concept of God as a human creation, arising from our need to explain the unknown and find meaning in existence. They often point to the diversity of religious beliefs across cultures and throughout history as evidence that gods are cultural constructs rather than universal truths. Faith plays a central role in many people's understanding of God, serving as a bridge between human experience and the concept of a divine being. For those who believe, faith provides a framework for interpreting the world and their place in it, often filling gaps where scientific knowledge ends or cannot reach. Religious traditions emphasize faith as a means of connecting with the divine, allowing believers to form a relationship with God that transcends empirical evidence. This faith-based approach encourages individuals to trust in a higher power and seek meaning beyond what can be directly observed or measured. However, the role of faith in understanding God is not uniform across all belief systems. Some emphasize personal revelation and spiritual experiences, while others focus on scripture, tradition, or philosophical reasoning. Regardless of the specific approach, faith often serves as the foundation upon which religious understanding is built. It is important to note that the relationship between faith and understanding God is a complex and deeply personal matter, varying greatly among individuals and cultures. While some see faith as essential to grasping the nature of God, others seek understanding through different means, including scientific inquiry or philosophical contemplation. The concept of an infinite God encompasses several profound attributes. In theological and philosophical discussions, God's infinity refers to the idea that God is without limits or boundaries in every aspect of existence. This means God is not constrained by time, space, knowledge, or power. When we consider God as infinite in time, we're talking about a being that has always existed and will always exist, without beginning or end. This eternal nature stands in stark contrast to our finite human experience of time. God's infinity also extends to knowledge and power. An infinite God would possess complete understanding of everything that has happened, is happening, and will happen. This omniscience is paired with omnipotence, the ability to do anything that is logically possible. The idea of an infinite God challenges our human comprehension, as we are finite beings living in a seemingly finite universe. It invites us to contemplate existence beyond the boundaries of our everyday experience and consider the nature of reality itself. Many religious traditions describe God as an infinite being, transcending the limits of human understanding. In Christianity, the Bible portrays God as eternal, without beginning or end, existing beyond time and space. This concept is echoed in Psalm 145, which states that God's greatness is unsearchable, implying an infinite nature beyond human comprehension. Islamic texts, particularly the Quran, emphasize Allah as boundless and all-encompassing. The term al-Wasi is used to describe God's infinite vastness and unlimited knowledge. This idea is reinforced in various Quranic verses that speak of God's omnipresence and omniscience. Hindu scriptures present a similar view of the divine as infinite and all-pervasive. The Upanishads describe Brahman, the ultimate reality, as limitless and eternal. This concept is often illustrated through analogies, such as comparing the divine to an infinite ocean of consciousness. Buddhist texts, while not typically describing a personal God, often refer to the concept of emptiness or sunyata, which represents the infinite nature of reality beyond conceptual understanding. This idea shares similarities with the infinite divine described in theistic religions, emphasizing the limitless nature of ultimate truth. The concept of infinity poses intriguing challenges when considering the nature of divine omniscience. In cosmology and mathematics, infinity represents an unbounded quantity or an endless expanse. When applied to knowledge, it suggests a limitless understanding that encompasses all possible information. Omniscience, traditionally attributed to God in many religious traditions, implies complete and perfect knowledge of everything. This includes not only what has happened and what is happening, but also what will or could happen in the future. The question arises whether an infinite universe or multiverse with endless possibilities can be fully known, even by an all-knowing being. Some argue that true omniscience would necessarily include knowledge of infinity, as an all-knowing entity would comprehend even the most abstract and vast concepts. Others contend that infinity, by its very nature, cannot be fully grasped or contained, even by a divine intellect. This paradox leads to philosophical debates about the nature of knowledge, existence, and the divine. The compatibility of omniscience and infinity ultimately depends on how one defines these concepts and interprets their implications. It touches on fundamental questions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and the limits of knowledge, making it a topic of ongoing discussion among theologians, philosophers, and scientists alike. The concept of God's omnipresence and the idea of an infinite universe are intriguing topics that have fascinated philosophers, theologians, and scientists for centuries. In many religious traditions, God is described as being present everywhere simultaneously, a quality known as omnipresence. This attribute suggests that God exists in all places and at all times, transcending the physical limitations of space and time. When we consider the possibility of an infinite universe, we encounter a vast expanse that stretches beyond our comprehension. Current scientific models propose that the observable universe is at least 93 billion light-years in diameter, and it may extend far beyond what we can detect. Some theories even suggest the existence of multiple universes or dimensions. The relationship between God's omnipresence and an infinite universe raises profound questions about the nature of existence and consciousness. If the universe is truly infinite, it would align with the concept of an all-encompassing deity that exists everywhere. However, it's important to note that the idea of infinity in the physical universe is still a topic of scientific debate and investigation. From a theological perspective, God's omnipresence in an infinite universe could be seen as a manifestation of divine nature throughout all of creation, regardless of its size or scope. This view suggests that even in the farthest reaches of space or the smallest subatomic particles, the presence of a divine force could be found, connecting all aspects of existence in a unified whole. The concept of infinite love, particularly when attributed to a divine being, raises fascinating questions about the nature of existence and consciousness. In theological and philosophical discussions, the idea of God's infinite love is often described as unconditional, limitless, and eternal. This notion suggests a form of affection and care that transcends human understanding and experience. If we consider the implications of truly infinite love, we encounter mind-bending possibilities. Such love would theoretically extend to all beings, all creations, and all moments in time simultaneously. It would be unaffected by actions, thoughts, or circumstances, remaining constant and unwavering throughout eternity. From a scientific perspective, the concept of infinity itself is challenging to grasp. In mathematics and physics, infinity is often used as a theoretical construct rather than a tangible quantity. Applying this abstract concept to an emotion or state of being like love pushes the boundaries of our comprehension even further. The idea of infinite love also raises questions about free will, morality, and the nature of existence itself. If a divine being's love is truly infinite, how does that reconcile with the presence of suffering or evil in the world? These profound inquiries have occupied philosophers, theologians, and scientists for centuries, highlighting the complex interplay between faith, reason, and our understanding of the universe. The question of how to reconcile God's infinite nature with the existence of evil has puzzled theologians and philosophers for centuries. This complex issue, known as the problem of evil, challenges the belief in an all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-loving God in the face of suffering and wickedness in the world. Many theologians approach this dilemma through the concept of free will. They argue that God grants humans the freedom to make their own choices, which includes the potential for both good and evil actions. This perspective suggests that evil is not created by God, but is a consequence of human decisions. Another approach is the idea of evil as a necessary contrast to good, allowing for spiritual growth and moral development. Some theologians propose that without the existence of evil, humans would not have the opportunity to choose virtue or develop compassion and empathy. Others grapple with this question by exploring the limits of human understanding. They argue that our finite minds cannot fully comprehend the infinite nature of God or the ultimate purpose behind the existence of evil. This view emphasizes the mystery of faith and the acceptance that some aspects of divine wisdom may be beyond human grasp. Divine simplicity is a theological concept that posits God as entirely unified and without distinct parts or attributes. This idea suggests that God's essence is identical to his existence, and all his qualities are fundamentally one. In this view, God is not a composite being made up of different aspects, but rather a single, indivisible entity. The concept of divine simplicity relates to infinity in several intriguing ways. Infinity, by its very nature, is boundless and without limit. Similarly, the idea of divine simplicity proposes that God is not constrained by the limitations of complex structures or separate attributes. This simplicity allows for an infinite nature, as there are no internal divisions or boundaries to restrict God's being. Furthermore, divine simplicity implies that God's attributes, such as omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence, are not distinct qualities, but are essentially one with God's nature. This oneness aligns with the concept of infinity, as it suggests an unlimited and all-encompassing divine essence. In this understanding, God's knowledge, power, and presence are infinite because they are not separate from God's fundamental nature. The relationship between divine simplicity and infinity also touches on the idea of perfection. A simple, unified being without internal distinctions is often considered the most perfect form of existence. This perfection, in turn, is closely associated with infinity, as it represents the ultimate, unbounded state of being. Thus, the concept of divine simplicity provides a framework for understanding how an infinite being could exist in the most fundamental and perfect form. The concept of God's eternity and mathematical infinity share some intriguing parallels, yet they differ in fundamental ways. Mathematical infinity is a precisely defined concept in mathematics, representing an unbounded or limitless quantity. It can be applied to sets, sequences, and various mathematical constructs. For instance, the set of all integers is infinite, extending endlessly in both positive and negative directions. God's eternity, as conceived in many theological traditions, goes beyond mere numerical infinity. It often encompasses the idea of existing outside of time itself, rather than simply existing for an infinite duration. This concept suggests a state of being that transcends the linear progression of past, present, and future that we experience. While mathematical infinity can be manipulated and compared within the framework of mathematics, the concept of divine eternity resists such quantification. Mathematicians can work with different sizes of infinity, such as countable and uncountable infinities, but the notion of God's eternity is often described as absolute and incomparable. Another key distinction lies in their nature. Mathematical infinity is an abstract concept, a tool for understanding and describing quantities and patterns. God's eternity, on the other hand, is often viewed as a concrete attribute of a divine being, carrying profound philosophical and existential implications that extend far beyond the realm of numbers and calculations. The concept of an infinitely powerful God raises fascinating questions about the nature of the universe and existence itself. If such a deity existed, it would possess unlimited abilities, transcending all physical laws and constraints we understand. This omnipotence would mean the power to create or destroy anything, alter reality at will, and perform actions beyond human comprehension. The implications of infinite divine power are profound and paradoxical. An all-powerful God could theoretically create a stone so heavy that even they couldn't lift it, yet simultaneously be able to lift any stone. This apparent contradiction, known as the omnipotence paradox, challenges our understanding of infinity and power. From a scientific perspective, an infinitely powerful being could manipulate the fundamental forces of nature, potentially altering the very fabric of space-time. Such a deity could create or annihilate matter and energy, rewrite the laws of physics, and even change the course of the entire universe's evolution. However, the existence of an all-powerful God also raises questions about free will, the nature of good and evil, and the purpose of the universe. If a deity has unlimited power, why would suffering and imperfection exist? These philosophical and theological debates have occupied human thought for millennia, highlighting the complex relationship between faith, science, and our understanding of reality. Many religions grapple with the concept of an infinite deity, each offering unique perspectives on this complex theological issue. In Christianity, the paradox of an all-powerful, all-knowing God who allows suffering is often addressed through the idea of free will. This notion suggests that God grants humans the ability to make their own choices, even if those choices lead to negative consequences. Islam approaches the paradox by emphasizing the unknowable nature of Allah. Muslims believe that while Allah is infinite and all-powerful, human understanding is limited, making it impossible for mortals to fully comprehend the divine nature or motivations. Hinduism takes a different approach, viewing the universe itself as a manifestation of the divine. The concept of Brahman, the ultimate reality, encompasses both the finite and infinite, resolving paradoxes by embracing them as part of the cosmic whole. Buddhism, which does not center on a creator deity, addresses similar paradoxes through the concept of emptiness and interdependence. This philosophy suggests that all phenomena, including the idea of infinity, are ultimately without inherent existence, arising only in relation to other phenomena. Scientists approach the question of God's existence through the lens of empirical evidence and the scientific method. This approach focuses on observable, testable phenomena rather than relying on faith or personal belief. Many scientists maintain that the existence of a divine being falls outside the realm of scientific inquiry, as it cannot be directly observed or measured using current scientific tools and methods. Some researchers explore the origins of religious belief from evolutionary and psychological perspectives, examining how and why humans developed spiritual beliefs throughout history. Others investigate the potential neurological basis for religious experiences, studying brain activity during meditation or prayer. Cosmologists and physicists often address questions about the universe's origin and fundamental laws, which some view as related to the concept of a creator. However, these scientists typically seek natural explanations for phenomena rather than invoking supernatural causes. The Big Bang theory, for instance, describes the early expansion of the universe without necessitating a divine instigator. Ultimately, most scientists maintain that the existence of God is a matter of personal belief rather than scientific fact. They emphasize that science and religion address different aspects of human experience and that the two need not be in conflict. Many scientists, regardless of their personal beliefs, focus on understanding the natural world through observation, experimentation, and evidence-based reasoning. Several scientific theories and discoveries have significantly challenged traditional concepts of God. The theory of evolution, proposed by Charles Darwin, explains the diversity of life on Earth through natural processes, without the need for divine intervention. This directly contradicts the idea of special creation found in many religious texts. Advances in cosmology, particularly the Big Bang theory, provide a scientific explanation for the origin of the universe that does not require a divine creator. The discovery of the vast age of the universe, estimated at nearly 14 billion years, also conflicts with some religious timelines. Neuroscience has made great strides in understanding consciousness and cognition as products of brain activity, challenging the notion of an immaterial soul. Studies on the effects of brain damage on personality and decision-making further support this materialist view of mind. Quantum mechanics introduces fundamental uncertainty and probabilistic behavior at the subatomic level, which some argue is incompatible with the idea of an all-knowing, deterministic God. These scientific developments have prompted ongoing debates about the nature of reality and the role of divinity in the universe. The anthropic principle bridges scientific inquiry and philosophical contemplation, sparking debates about the nature of our universe and our place within it. This principle observes that the fundamental constants and laws of physics appear finely tuned to allow for the existence of life as we know it. If these constants were even slightly different, the universe might not support complex structures, let alone conscious beings capable of observing it. This apparent fine-tuning has led some to argue that it points to a divine creator or intelligent design. They contend that the precise conditions necessary for life are so improbable that they must have been intentionally set. However, others view the anthropic principle through a different lens, suggesting that in a potentially infinite multiverse, we simply happen to exist in one of the universes capable of supporting life. Scientists and philosophers continue to grapple with the implications of the anthropic principle. Some propose that it serves as a selection effect, explaining that we can only observe a universe compatible with our existence. This perspective does not necessarily imply design, but rather highlights the limits of our observational capabilities. The anthropic principle thus fuels ongoing discussions about the origins and nature of our universe, challenging us to consider the delicate balance that allows for our existence and the possibility of other realities beyond our own. It reminds us of the profound questions that lie at the intersection of science, philosophy, and belief, encouraging a deeper exploration of our cosmic context. The God of the Gaps argument refers to the tendency to attribute any unexplained natural phenomena to divine intervention. This approach has been used throughout history to explain complex or mysterious aspects of the universe that science had not yet unraveled. As scientific knowledge has advanced, the gaps in our understanding have steadily narrowed. Many phenomena once thought to be the direct work of a deity are now explained by natural processes. For instance, the formation of planets, the diversity of life, and the origin of diseases were once attributed to divine action. Today, we understand these through planetary science, evolution, and microbiology. This progression has led to a significant shift in how the God of the Gaps argument is perceived. In the past, it was often used as a default explanation for the unknown. Now, it is widely recognized as a logical fallacy by both scientists and many theologians. They argue that basing religious beliefs on current gaps in scientific knowledge is risky, as these gaps tend to shrink over time. The evolution of this argument reflects the changing relationship between science and religion. Many modern religious thinkers now advocate for a view that sees God as working through natural laws rather than intervening in unexplained phenomena. This perspective allows for a coexistence of scientific inquiry and religious belief, moving beyond the need for gaps in knowledge to justify faith. The relationship between complexity, emergent phenomena, and concepts of God touches on profound questions at the intersection of science and philosophy. Complexity in nature often leads to emergent properties, behaviors or characteristics that arise from the interactions of simpler components but cannot be predicted or explained by those components alone. This concept has intriguing parallels with some religious and philosophical ideas about divine creation and the nature of reality. Some argue that the intricate complexity and emergent phenomena observed in the universe, from the formation of galaxies to the emergence of consciousness, point to an intelligent designer or a divine plan. They see the orderly yet complex systems in nature as evidence of a higher power guiding creation. Others view these same phenomena through a purely scientific lens, explaining them as the result of natural laws and processes operating over vast timescales. Interestingly, certain interpretations of God align closely with concepts of emergence and complexity. Some theologians and philosophers propose a view of God not as a separate entity directing events, but as an emergent property of the universe itself, a cosmic consciousness arising from the complexity of existence. This perspective bridges scientific understanding with spiritual concepts, suggesting that what we call God might be an emergent phenomenon of the universe's inherent complexity. However, many scientists caution against drawing direct connections between scientific observations and religious concepts. They emphasize that while complexity and emergence are fascinating areas of study, they can be explained through natural processes without invoking supernatural entities. The ongoing dialogue between science and spirituality continues to explore these profound questions, pushing the boundaries of human understanding and contemplation. Infinity plays a crucial role in scientific discussions about the origins of the universe, challenging our understanding of space, time, and the fundamental nature of reality. Cosmologists often grapple with the concept of infinity when considering the universe's size and age. Some theories propose that the universe might be infinite in extent, stretching endlessly in all directions without boundaries. This idea raises profound questions about the nature of space and our place within it. The concept of infinity also arises when scientists explore the moments immediately following the Big Bang. As we trace the universe's history back to its earliest stages, mathematical models suggest that the density and temperature of the universe approach infinity. This presents a significant challenge for physicists, as our current understanding of the laws of nature breaks down under such extreme conditions. Infinity also factors into discussions about the multiverse hypothesis, which proposes the existence of multiple or even infinite universes beyond our own. This concept emerges from various theories, including string theory and eternal inflation, and suggests that our universe might be just one of countless others, each with its own physical laws and properties. The role of infinity in these discussions highlights the limits of our current scientific understanding and pushes researchers to develop new theories and mathematical frameworks. It serves as a reminder of the vast mysteries that still exist in our quest to understand the origins and nature of the universe, driving scientific inquiry forward and inspiring new ways of thinking about reality itself. Quantum physics has profoundly altered our perception of reality, challenging many long-held beliefs about the nature of the universe. At its core, quantum mechanics reveals a world of probability and uncertainty, where particles can exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed. This fundamental unpredictability stands in stark contrast to the deterministic view of classical physics. The implications of quantum theory extend far beyond the realm of subatomic particles, influencing our understanding of consciousness, free will, and even the concept of a divine creator. Some interpret the observer effect in quantum mechanics as evidence for the role of consciousness in shaping reality, suggesting a deeper connection between mind and matter than previously thought. Quantum entanglement, a phenomenon where particles remain connected regardless of distance, has led some to propose a universe that is fundamentally interconnected. This idea resonates with certain spiritual and philosophical concepts of universal oneness. Additionally, the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics posits the existence of parallel universes, expanding our notion of reality beyond a single, linear timeline. While quantum physics does not directly prove or disprove the existence of God, it has opened new avenues for contemplating the nature of existence and consciousness. It challenges us to reconsider our assumptions about causality, determinism, and the role of the observer in the cosmos, prompting both scientific and philosophical debates about the fundamental nature of reality and our place within it. The relationship between God and an infinite universe has been a subject of intense debate among prominent scientists throughout history. Many have grappled with reconciling religious beliefs with scientific discoveries about the vastness of the cosmos. Albert Einstein, for instance, expressed a view of God as a manifestation of the order and rationality of the universe. He rejected the idea of a personal deity, but saw divinity in the elegance of natural laws. This perspective, often called cosmic religious feeling, aligns with the concept of an infinite, orderly universe without the need for a traditional creator. Stephen Hawking, on the other hand, argued that an infinite universe governed by scientific laws leaves no room for a creator. He posited that the universe could have spontaneously created itself from nothing, eliminating the need for divine intervention. This view challenges traditional religious concepts, but does not necessarily preclude the existence of a higher power beyond human comprehension. Conversely, scientists like Francis Collins, former director of the Human Genome Project, have sought to reconcile their religious faith with scientific understanding. Collins argues that the fine-tuning of universal constants and the complexity of life point to a divine creator, even within an infinite universe. This perspective attempts to bridge the gap between scientific knowledge and religious belief. The concept of information in physics offers intriguing connections to ideas about God and infinity. In quantum mechanics, information plays a fundamental role, describing the state of particles and systems. This notion of information as a basic building block of reality has led some thinkers to draw parallels with religious concepts of divine knowledge or omniscience. The idea of infinite information particularly resonates with traditional attributes ascribed to God, such as all-knowing and all-encompassing. In physics, the holographic principle suggests that the information content of any region of space can be described by information on its boundary. This concept, when extended to the entire universe, implies a potentially infinite amount of information encoded on its outermost surface. Furthermore, the conservation of information in quantum mechanics, where information cannot be created or destroyed, echoes philosophical ideas about the eternal and unchanging nature often associated with divinity. This preservation of information, even in black holes, has led to debates about the fundamental nature of reality and consciousness. While these connections between physics, information, God, and infinity are thought-provoking, it is important to note that they remain largely in the realm of philosophical speculation. Science cannot prove or disprove the existence of God, but it can provide new perspectives on age-old questions about the nature of existence and the cosmos. Scientific models of the universe generally focus on observable phenomena and testable hypotheses, rather than addressing the existence of a creator directly. The prevailing scientific model is the Big Bang theory, which describes the universe as expanding from an incredibly hot, dense state approximately 13.8 billion years ago. This model is supported by extensive observational evidence, including the cosmic microwave background radiation and the abundance of light elements in the universe. Some scientists have proposed models that incorporate the concept of a multiverse, where our universe is one of many. These models, such as eternal inflation or the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, suggest that multiple universes might exist simultaneously or sequentially. While these ideas are intriguing, they remain largely theoretical and challenging to test empirically. Other models, like the cyclic universe theory, propose that the universe goes through repeated cycles of expansion and contraction. This concept aligns with some religious and philosophical ideas of cosmic renewal, but is not widely accepted in the scientific community due to limited supporting evidence. It is important to note that scientific models are designed to explain natural phenomena without invoking supernatural explanations. While these models do not explicitly address the existence or non-existence of a creator, they provide a framework for understanding the universe based on observable evidence and testable predictions. The ontological argument for God's existence is a philosophical approach that attempts to prove the reality of a supreme being through reason and logic alone. Proposed by 11th century theologian Anselm of Canterbury, this argument posits that God is the greatest conceivable being. If we can conceive of such a being, the argument suggests, then that being must exist in reality, not just in our minds. This concept relates to infinity in several ways. The idea of God as the greatest possible being implies infinite attributes such as omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence. These qualities are without limit, stretching beyond the boundaries of human comprehension. Furthermore, the ontological argument itself deals with the concept of existence in all possible worlds, an idea that touches on the infinite nature of reality and possibility. This connects to modern cosmological theories about multiple universes and the vastness of existence beyond our observable universe. Critics of the ontological argument often point out that conceiving of something does not necessarily make it real, even if that something is considered the greatest possible being. This debate between existence in thought and existence in reality continues to challenge philosophers and theologians, pushing the boundaries of how we understand both infinity and the nature of existence itself. The cosmological argument builds upon the idea of causality to reason towards the existence of a divine creator. It posits that everything in our universe has a cause, leading to a chain of causes and effects stretching back through time. This line of reasoning then confronts the concept of infinity. Proponents of this argument contend that an infinite regression of causes is logically impossible. They argue that if we were to trace back through an endless series of causes, we would never arrive at a true beginning or first cause. This, they claim, presents a logical paradox. To resolve this apparent contradiction, the cosmological argument proposes the necessity of an uncaused first cause, a being or force that exists outside the chain of causality and is capable of initiating the entire sequence of events. This entity, they argue, must be eternal, self-existent, and possess the power to bring the universe into being. This uncaused first cause, according to the argument, aligns with the traditional concept of God in many religious and philosophical traditions. By invoking the impossibility of infinite causal chains, the cosmological argument attempts to demonstrate the logical necessity of a divine creator, offering what its proponents see as a rational basis for belief in God. The teleological argument, also known as the argument from design, posits that the intricate complexity and apparent order of the universe suggest the existence of an intelligent creator or designer. This reasoning stems from observing the intricate workings of nature and the cosmos, drawing parallels to human-made objects that exhibit purposeful design. Proponents of this argument contend that the universe displays a level of complexity and fine-tuning that seems too improbable to have occurred by chance. They point to phenomena such as the precise balance of fundamental physical constants, the intricate structures of living organisms, and the vast orderly arrangements of celestial bodies as evidence of intentional design. Critics of the teleological argument argue that it fails to account for the possibility of natural processes leading to complex systems over long periods. They suggest that mechanisms like evolution through natural selection can explain the emergence of intricate biological structures without the need for a designer. Furthermore, they contend that the appearance of design might be a result of human tendency to perceive patterns and purpose where none inherently exist. The ongoing debate surrounding the teleological argument highlights the challenge of reconciling scientific explanations with philosophical and theological perspectives on the origins and nature of the universe. It continues to spark discussions about the relationship between complexity, order, and the possibility of cosmic design. Moral arguments for God's existence often intersect with ideas of infinity in fascinating ways. These arguments typically posit that objective moral truths require an eternal, unchanging foundation, something many believe only an infinite being like God could provide. The concept of infinity plays a crucial role here, as it suggests a source of morality that transcends the limitations of human understanding and existence. Consider the idea of perfect goodness or justice. For such concepts to be truly objective and absolute, they would need to exist beyond the constraints of time and space. This points towards an infinite nature, as finite beings or systems would be subject to change and imperfection. The argument contends that only an infinite God could embody and ground these perfect moral ideals. Furthermore, the notion of infinity in moral arguments relates to the idea of ultimate accountability. If moral truths are objective and binding, there must be some final arbiter or judge, a role that many argue only an infinite being could fulfill. This connects to concepts of divine omniscience and omnipresence, attributes often associated with infinity. However, critics argue that linking morality to infinity through God creates its own philosophical challenges. They question whether human beings, as finite creatures, can truly comprehend or relate to an infinite moral standard. This tension between finite human experience and infinite moral ideals continues to fuel debates in philosophy and theology, highlighting the complex relationship between morality, divinity, and the concept of infinity. The argument from religious experience is a philosophical approach that suggests the existence of God based on personal encounters or profound spiritual moments reported by individuals. Proponents argue that these experiences, which often involve feelings of transcendence, unity, or divine presence, provide evidence for God's existence and nature. This argument contends that many people across cultures and throughout history have reported similar types of religious experiences. These encounters are often described as deeply meaningful, transformative, and distinct from ordinary perceptions. Supporters claim that the consistency and widespread occurrence of these experiences lend credibility to their validity. Critics of this argument point out that religious experiences can be subjective and influenced by cultural background, personal beliefs, or even neurological factors. They argue that these experiences, while meaningful to individuals, do not necessarily provide objective proof of God's existence or nature. Regarding God's nature, the argument from religious experience often suggests attributes such as transcendence, benevolence, and personal involvement with humanity. Many who report these experiences describe encountering a being of immense power, wisdom, and love. However, the specific characteristics attributed to God can vary depending on the individual's cultural and religious background. The concept of divine hiddenness presents a significant challenge to arguments for God's existence. This idea questions why an all-powerful, all-loving deity would not make its presence more obvious to humanity. Proponents of divine hiddenness argue that if such a God existed, it would surely provide clear, irrefutable evidence of its existence to all people. Theistic philosophers have offered several responses to this challenge. Some argue that God remains hidden to preserve human free will, allowing individuals to choose faith without overwhelming evidence. Others suggest that God's hiddenness serves as a test of faith, separating true believers from those who merely acknowledge God's existence. Another perspective proposes that what we perceive as divine hiddenness is actually a result of human limitations. This view contends that God's nature may be so fundamentally different from our understanding that we lack the capacity to perceive or comprehend it fully. Some theologians argue that God reveals itself through nature, personal experiences, or religious texts, but these revelations require interpretation and faith. Critics of these arguments maintain that an all-powerful God could easily make its existence known without compromising free will or the value of faith. The debate surrounding divine hiddenness continues to be a central point of discussion in philosophy of religion, challenging both theists and atheists to refine their arguments and understanding of the nature of God and belief. Pascal's wager is a philosophical argument proposed by the 17th-century French mathematician and philosopher Blaise Pascal. It addresses the question of whether to believe in God by framing it as a practical decision rather than a matter of proof or evidence. The wager suggests that believing in God is a better bet than not believing, even if we cannot know for certain whether God exists. Pascal reasoned that if God exists and we believe, we gain infinite reward in the afterlife. If God does not exist and we believe, we lose little. However, if God exists and we do not believe, we face infinite punishment. If God does not exist and we do not believe, we neither gain nor lose anything significant. This approach to faith considers the potential consequences of belief versus disbelief when faced with an infinite God. Pascal argued that the possibility of infinite gain outweighs any finite losses or sacrifices made in this life by choosing to believe. He contended that it is therefore rational to believe in God, as the potential benefits far outweigh the risks. Critics of Pascal's wager argue that it oversimplifies the nature of belief and ignores the possibility of multiple gods or religions. They also question whether genuine belief can be achieved through such a calculated approach. Nevertheless, the wager remains a thought-provoking exploration of faith, reason, and decision-making in the face of ultimate uncertainty. Philosophical arguments for God's existence have long grappled with the problem of evil, which questions how an all-powerful and benevolent deity could allow suffering in the world. Theologians and philosophers have proposed various explanations to reconcile this apparent contradiction. One approach, known as the free will defense, argues that God grants humans free will, allowing them to make moral choices. This freedom necessarily includes the possibility of choosing evil, as a world without the option for wrongdoing would lack genuine free will. Proponents contend that the value of free will outweighs the resulting evil and suffering. Another perspective, the soul-making theodicy, suggests that experiencing and overcoming adversity is essential for spiritual growth and character development. This view posits that a world without challenges would not allow humans to cultivate virtues such as compassion, courage, and perseverance. Suffering, in this context, serves a higher purpose in the divine plan. Some arguments focus on the limitations of human understanding, asserting that we cannot fully comprehend God's reasons for allowing evil. This approach, often called skeptical theism, contends that our finite minds cannot grasp the infinite wisdom of a divine being, and what appears as unnecessary suffering might serve a greater good beyond our comprehension. Philosophical arguments for God's existence have faced several key criticisms over the centuries. The cosmological argument, which posits that the universe must have a cause, is often challenged on the grounds that it commits the fallacy of special pleading. Critics argue that if everything needs a cause, then God would also need a cause, and if God does not need a cause, then neither might the universe. The ontological argument, which attempts to prove God's existence through reason alone, has been criticized for trying to define God into existence. Philosophers have argued that existence is not a predicate or property that can simply be attributed to a concept. They contend that the leap from the idea of a perfect being to the actual existence of such a being is logically flawed. The teleological or design argument faces challenges from evolutionary theory, which provides a naturalistic explanation for the apparent design in living organisms. Critics also point out that the existence of natural disasters and seemingly pointless suffering contradicts the idea of a perfectly designed universe. Furthermore, they argue that complexity or apparent design does not necessarily imply a designer, as complex patterns can emerge from simple natural processes. Lastly, the moral argument for God's existence, which claims that objective moral values require a divine source, is often countered by pointing out that secular ethical frameworks can provide a basis for morality without invoking a deity. Critics also argue that the existence of moral disagreements across cultures and throughout history undermines the idea of universal, divinely ordained moral truths. Philosophical arguments for God's existence have undergone significant transformations throughout history. Ancient Greek philosophers like Plato and Aristotle laid the groundwork with concepts of a prime mover and ultimate cause. These ideas influenced medieval thinkers such as St. Thomas Aquinas, who developed the famous 5 ways, logical proofs attempting to demonstrate God's existence. The Enlightenment period saw a shift towards more empirical and rational approaches. Philosophers like René Descartes proposed ontological arguments, claiming that the very concept of a perfect being necessitates its existence. Meanwhile, others like William Paley introduced the watchmaker analogy, arguing that the complexity of the universe implies an intelligent designer. In the modern era, these classical arguments have been refined and challenged. The fine-tuning argument, for instance, draws on scientific discoveries about the precise conditions necessary for life in the universe. Conversely, philosophers like Immanuel Kant have critiqued traditional proofs, arguing that human reason cannot definitively prove or disprove God's existence. Contemporary discussions often focus on the intersection of science, philosophy, and theology. Some thinkers explore how quantum mechanics or multiverse theories might relate to the existence of a divine being. Others, like Alvin Plantinga, have developed sophisticated modal logic arguments. This ongoing evolution reflects humanity's enduring quest to understand the nature of existence and our place in the cosmos. The logical problem of evil poses a significant challenge to the concept of an all-powerful, all-knowing, and benevolent God. This philosophical quandary questions how such a deity could allow suffering and evil to exist in the world. If God is omnipotent, omniscient, and morally perfect, why does evil persist? This problem highlights an apparent contradiction in the attributes traditionally ascribed to God. An all-powerful being should be able to prevent evil, an all-knowing being should be aware of all evil, and a perfectly good being should want to eliminate evil. Yet, we observe evil and suffering in the world around us. Philosophers and theologians have grappled with this issue for centuries, proposing various solutions and defenses. Some argue that free will necessitates the possibility of evil, while others suggest that suffering serves a greater purpose beyond human comprehension. However, critics maintain that these explanations fall short of fully resolving the logical inconsistency. The logical problem of evil continues to challenge religious beliefs and spark debates about the nature of God, morality, and the existence of suffering. It remains a central topic in philosophy of religion, pushing believers and non-believers alike to confront difficult questions about the nature of reality and the divine. The evidential problem of evil and the logical problem of evil both grapple with the existence of suffering in our world, but they approach the issue from different angles. The logical problem of evil argues that the presence of evil in the world is fundamentally incompatible with the existence of an all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good God. It claims that these attributes cannot coexist with evil, creating a logical contradiction. On the other hand, the evidential problem of evil takes a more nuanced approach. It does not assert an outright logical impossibility, but instead argues that the amount and types of evil we observe in the world make the existence of God improbable. This argument considers the sheer scale of suffering, both human and animal, and questions whether an all-loving deity would allow such extensive pain and hardship. The evidential problem focuses on specific instances of seemingly gratuitous or pointless suffering, such as the painful deaths of young children or the widespread suffering caused by natural disasters. It asks whether these particular evils serve any greater purpose or could have been prevented without losing a greater good or allowing a worse evil. While the logical problem seeks to prove that God cannot exist, the evidential problem aims to show that God's existence is unlikely given the evidence of evil we see in the world. This distinction makes the evidential problem more challenging to refute, as it deals with probabilities rather than absolute logical impossibilities. Theodicy is the branch of theology and philosophy that grapples with the problem of evil in a world created by an all-powerful and benevolent God. This challenging question has perplexed religious thinkers and philosophers for centuries, as they seek to understand how suffering and wickedness can exist if God is both omnipotent and entirely good. Proponents of theodicy offer various explanations to reconcile the existence of evil with the nature of God. One common argument suggests that free will is a necessary component of human existence, and that God allows evil to occur as a consequence of human choice. This perspective posits that true goodness can only arise from free will, and that the potential for evil is an unavoidable byproduct of this freedom. Another approach to theodicy proposes that evil and suffering serve a greater purpose in the divine plan. This view argues that hardships and challenges are opportunities for spiritual growth, character development, and the cultivation of virtues such as compassion and resilience. Some theodicies even suggest that our limited human perspective prevents us from fully comprehending the ultimate good that may arise from apparent evils. Critics of theodicy argue that these explanations fall short of truly resolving the dilemma, particularly in cases of extreme suffering or natural disasters that seem unrelated to human free will. The ongoing debate surrounding theodicy reflects the complex nature of religious faith and the enduring human quest to understand the nature of good and evil in our world. The question of evil's existence in relation to divine power is a central concern in many religions, often referred to as the problem of theodicy. Different faiths approach this issue in various ways, reflecting their unique theological perspectives and cultural contexts. In monotheistic religions like Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, the challenge lies in reconciling the existence of evil with the belief in an all-powerful, all-knowing, and benevolent God. Many Christian theologians argue that evil is a consequence of human free will, suggesting that God allows suffering to preserve human agency and the potential for genuine love and morality. Some Jewish thinkers propose that evil serves a purpose in spiritual growth and character development, while others view it as a mystery beyond human comprehension. Islamic theology often emphasizes God's ultimate wisdom and justice, asserting that what humans perceive as evil may serve a greater purpose in the divine plan. Some Islamic scholars argue that the existence of evil provides opportunities for moral choices and spiritual refinement. In contrast, dualistic religions like Zoroastrianism posit the existence of two opposing forces, good and evil. This worldview frames the universe as a cosmic battlefield between these forces, with humans playing a role in the struggle. Eastern religions such as Buddhism and Hinduism approach the question differently, often viewing suffering as a result of karma and the cycle of rebirth rather than attributing it to a divine source. The free will defense is a philosophical argument used to address the problem of evil in relation to the existence of an all-powerful and benevolent God. This concept proposes that God grants humans free will, allowing them to make their own choices, including the choice to do evil. By giving humans this freedom, God creates the possibility for genuine love and moral goodness, but also the potential for wrongdoing and suffering. Proponents of this argument suggest that a world with free will is more valuable than one without it, even if it leads to some evil and suffering. They argue that true goodness can only arise from freely chosen actions rather than from beings programmed to always do what is right. In relation to God's omnipotence, the free will defense posits that even an all-powerful being cannot create a world where humans have free will and simultaneously ensure they always choose good. This is not seen as a limitation on God's power, but rather a logical necessity. The argument maintains that free will and guaranteed righteous behavior are mutually exclusive concepts. Critics of this defense point out that it does not address natural evils such as earthquakes or diseases, which are not the result of human choices. They also question whether free will truly exists and whether it justifies the amount of suffering in the world. Despite these challenges, the free will defense remains a significant argument in theological and philosophical discussions about the nature of God and the existence of evil. The concept of infinity poses significant challenges when discussing God's power and the problem of evil. In theology and philosophy, an omnipotent deity is often described as having infinite power. This notion of limitless ability raises questions about why such a being would allow evil and suffering to exist. If God's power is truly infinite, one might argue that God could create a world without evil while still preserving free will. However, this leads to a paradox. Can an all-powerful being create a situation it cannot control? This conundrum, known as the omnipotence paradox, highlights the logical difficulties in reconciling infinite power with the existence of evil. Furthermore, infinity complicates our understanding of divine foreknowledge. If God knows everything, including all future events, does this negate the concept of free will? Some argue that genuine free will cannot coexist with perfect foreknowledge, as all choices would be predetermined. The concept of infinity also raises questions about the nature of good and evil themselves. In an infinite universe or multiverse, would every possible scenario, including those we consider evil, necessarily exist? This idea challenges our notions of morality and divine justice, suggesting that in an infinite reality, both good and evil might be inevitable consequences rather than choices. The problem of evil has long challenged philosophers and thinkers beyond the realm of traditional theism. One compelling perspective comes from existentialist philosophy, which argues that the universe is inherently meaningless and that humans must create their own purpose and values. In this view, evil is not a cosmic problem to be solved, but a reality to be confronted and overcome through individual choice and action. Another approach draws from Buddhist philosophy, which sees suffering as an inherent part of existence rather than a problem to be explained away. This worldview encourages individuals to transcend suffering through mindfulness and detachment from desire, rather than seeking a divine justification for evil. Secular humanism offers yet another response, positing that human reason and ethical behavior can address the challenges of evil and suffering without relying on supernatural explanations. This perspective emphasizes the importance of human agency in creating a more just and compassionate world. Some philosophers have also explored the idea of a non-omnipotent or non-omniscient higher power, which could explain the existence of evil without the logical contradictions inherent in traditional theistic arguments. This concept of a limited deity allows for a cosmic force that influences the universe without bearing full responsibility for all its imperfections. The concept of a best possible world is closely tied to discussions about the existence of evil and the nature of God's power. This idea, often associated with the philosopher Gottfried Leibniz, suggests that an all-powerful and benevolent God would create the best of all possible worlds. In this view, the presence of evil and suffering in our world does not contradict God's omnipotence or goodness. Instead, it proposes that some evil might be necessary to achieve the greatest overall good. For example, the existence of free will, which allows for moral choices, might outweigh the negative consequences of people sometimes choosing to do wrong. Critics of this idea argue that it's difficult to reconcile with the immense suffering we observe in the world. They question whether a truly omnipotent God couldn't create a world with all the benefits but none of the drawbacks. This leads to broader discussions about the nature of God's power and whether there are logical limits to what even an all-powerful being can do. The best possible world concept thus serves as a focal point for debates about theodicy, the attempt to explain why a good God would allow evil to exist. It challenges us to consider the complex interplay between divine attributes, human free will, and the nature of good and evil in our universe. Human suffering has been a central topic in theological debates for centuries, challenging our understanding of God's nature and sparking profound questions about divine benevolence and omnipotence. Many theologians grapple with reconciling the existence of a loving, all-powerful deity with the reality of pain and hardship in the world. One perspective argues that suffering serves a greater purpose, acting as a catalyst for spiritual growth and character development. This view suggests that God allows hardship to strengthen faith, teach valuable lessons, and ultimately bring individuals closer to the divine. Others contend that suffering is a consequence of human free will, with God granting humanity the ability to make choices that may lead to pain for themselves or others. Critics of these explanations often point to the problem of evil, questioning how a benevolent God could permit extreme suffering, particularly that experienced by innocent children or victims of natural disasters. This dilemma has led some theologians to propose limitations on divine power or knowledge, suggesting that God may not be able to prevent all suffering or may not have perfect foresight of future events. Ultimately, the role of human suffering in theological discussions continues to challenge religious thinkers and believers alike. It remains a complex issue that intersects with questions of divine justice, the nature of good and evil, and the ultimate purpose of human existence. These ongoing debates highlight the depth and complexity of religious thought as it confronts the harsh realities of the human experience. Near-death experiences and reports of afterlife visions have sparked intense debate in both scientific and religious circles, challenging our understanding of consciousness and the nature of reality. These accounts often describe feelings of peace, encounters with deceased loved ones, and a sense of unconditional love, which some interpret as evidence of a benevolent higher power or afterlife. For those who believe in God, these experiences can reinforce their faith and provide comfort in the face of evil and suffering. They argue that glimpses of a peaceful afterlife suggest that earthly pain is temporary and that a loving God ultimately triumphs over evil. This perspective can help reconcile the existence of evil with the concept of an all-powerful, benevolent deity. However, skeptics point out that near-death experiences can be explained by neurological processes in a dying brain, such as oxygen deprivation or the release of endorphins. They argue that these visions do not necessarily prove the existence of an afterlife or a divine being. From this viewpoint, the problem of evil remains unresolved, as these experiences do not explain why a supposedly all-powerful and loving God would allow suffering in the first place. The impact of these experiences on discussions of evil and divine power ultimately depends on individual interpretation and belief systems. While they offer comfort to some and raise questions for others, near-death experiences continue to challenge our understanding of consciousness, mortality, and the nature of good and evil in the universe. Across human history, cultures and religions have grappled with the concept of divine eternity in fascinating ways. Many monotheistic faiths, such as Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, view their deity as existing outside of time itself, eternal and unchanging. This God is often described as having no beginning and no end, a concept that challenges our human understanding of existence. In contrast, some polytheistic traditions present a more complex view of divine eternity. Ancient Greek mythology, for instance, depicted gods who were immortal but not necessarily eternal. These deities had origins and could even be born or created, yet they were seen as undying and everlasting from that point forward. Eastern religions offer yet another perspective on divine eternity. Hinduism, with its cyclical view of time, conceptualizes eternity as an endless cycle of creation, preservation, and destruction. The divine, in this context, is both within and beyond these cycles. Buddhism, while not focused on a supreme deity, explores the concept of eternity through the idea of nirvana, a state beyond time and suffering. Indigenous cultures around the world have their own unique understandings of divine eternity. Many of these traditions view time as non-linear and see the divine as intimately connected with the eternal cycles of nature. For them, eternity is not an abstract concept, but a lived reality, experienced through ritual and connection with the land. Sempiternity and eternity are two concepts that often cause confusion due to their similar implications of endlessness. However, they have distinct meanings in philosophy and theology. Sempiternity refers to existence within time that has no end. It describes something that has a beginning but continues forever into the future. This concept aligns with our understanding of the universe as we know it. The universe began with the Big Bang and is expected to persist indefinitely, making it an example of sempiternity. Eternity, on the other hand, transcends time altogether. It describes existence outside the constraints of time, with no beginning and no end. This concept is often associated with religious or spiritual ideas of a divine being or realm that exists beyond the physical universe and its temporal limitations. In cosmology, the distinction between sempiternity and eternity becomes relevant when discussing the nature of the universe and its origins. While our current understanding suggests the universe is sempiternal, some theories propose the possibility of an eternal multiverse or cyclical universes that might embody the concept of eternity more closely. Theological perspectives on God's relationship to time vary widely across different religious traditions. In many monotheistic faiths, God is often viewed as eternal and existing outside of time itself. This concept suggests that God experiences all moments simultaneously rather than in a linear sequence as humans do. Some Christian theologians argue that God is omnitemporal, meaning present at all times. This view posits that God can see and interact with past, present, and future events concurrently. Other Christian thinkers propose that God is atemporal, completely separate from time and experiencing reality in a fundamentally different way than temporal beings. Islamic theology generally holds that Allah is beyond time, creating time itself along with the universe. This perspective emphasizes God's absolute transcendence and independence from creation. In contrast, some schools of Hindu thought view time as cyclical, with divine beings existing within these grand cycles while also transcending them. Buddhist traditions often approach the concept of time differently, focusing less on a creator deity and more on the nature of reality itself. Some Buddhist philosophies suggest that time is an illusion, part of the impermanent nature of existence that enlightened beings can transcend. The concept of a timeless God presents several intriguing philosophical challenges. One primary issue is reconciling the idea of a deity existing outside of time with the notion of divine action within our temporal universe. If God is truly timeless, how can this entity interact with or respond to events that unfold in a linear sequence? Another problem emerges when considering divine omniscience. If God knows everything, including future events, how can this be compatible with human free will? This leads to questions about predestination and the nature of choice in a universe overseen by an all-knowing, timeless being. The very nature of creation becomes problematic when considering a timeless God. The act of creation implies a before and after state, which seems at odds with timelessness. Philosophers and theologians have long grappled with how to understand the relationship between an eternal, unchanging deity and a dynamic, evolving universe. Lastly, the concept of divine immutability, or the idea that God does not change, becomes challenging when paired with timelessness. If God is outside of time and unchanging, how can this entity be personally involved with humanity or respond to prayers? These questions highlight the complex interplay between religious concepts and philosophical reasoning about the nature of time, existence, and divinity. The concept of divine foreknowledge intertwines deeply with our understanding of time and eternity. In many theological traditions, an omniscient deity is believed to have complete knowledge of past, present, and future events. This idea challenges our linear perception of time, suggesting a perspective where all moments exist simultaneously. From this viewpoint, eternity is not simply an endless progression of time, but rather a state beyond time itself. A divine being existing in such a state would perceive all events at once, much like we might view a complete painting rather than watching it being created stroke by stroke. This concept of foreknowledge implies that future events are as knowable and fixed as past ones. However, this raises philosophical questions about free will and determinism. If all future actions are already known, does this negate the possibility of choice? Some argue that foreknowledge does not necessarily equate to predestination, likening it to watching a recorded sports game where the outcome is known to the viewer but was uncertain to the players at the time. These ideas about divine foreknowledge and eternity challenge our everyday experience of time as a linear flow. They invite us to consider a reality where past, present, and future might coexist, and where the limitations of our temporal existence might be transcended in a state of timeless awareness. The block universe theory proposes that the past, present, and future all exist simultaneously in a four-dimensional structure. This concept suggests that time is not a flowing river, but rather a static dimension, like length, width, and height. In this view, our perception of time passing is simply our consciousness moving through this four-dimensional block. This theory has profound implications for our understanding of free will and determinism. If all moments exist at once, it might seem that our choices are predetermined. However, proponents argue that our decisions still matter within this structure, even if they are eternally set. Relating to concepts of God, the block universe aligns with some theological ideas of an omniscient deity. If a divine being could perceive the entire four-dimensional block, it would see all of time at once, knowing past, present, and future simultaneously. This parallels descriptions of God as existing outside of time in many religious traditions. The block universe also challenges our conventional notions of causality and change. In this model, the universe does not evolve or develop. Instead, it simply is, with all its history and future laid out in a timeless expanse. This perspective invites us to reconsider our place in the cosmos and the nature of existence itself. Theological concepts of God's eternity and omniscience have long influenced debates about free will and predestination. Some argue that if God exists outside of time and knows all events past, present, and future, this could imply that all our choices are predetermined. This view suggests that free will may be an illusion, as our decisions would already be known and fixed from God's eternal perspective. However, others contend that God's foreknowledge does not necessarily negate human free will. They propose that knowing what will happen is not the same as causing it to happen. In this view, God may be aware of our future choices without directly determining them, preserving the notion of human moral responsibility. The concept of predestination further complicates this philosophical puzzle. Some religious traditions teach that God has preordained certain outcomes, including human salvation. Critics argue this undermines meaningful free will, while proponents suggest predestination can coexist with human choice in ways beyond our full comprehension. These profound questions about divine eternity, free will, and predestination continue to spark debate among theologians, philosophers, and believers. They touch on fundamental issues of human agency, moral responsibility, and the nature of reality itself, demonstrating the complex interplay between religious concepts and philosophical inquiries about freedom and determinism. The question of whether time is finite or infinite has profound implications for our understanding of the universe and any potential divine creator. If time is finite, with a definite beginning and potentially an end, it suggests a universe that came into existence at a specific point. This aligns with many religious creation stories and scientific theories like the Big Bang. A finite timeline could imply a creator who exists outside of time, initiating the cosmic clock at the moment of creation. Conversely, if time is infinite, stretching endlessly into the past and future, it challenges traditional notions of a divine creator. An infinite timeline raises questions about the necessity of a beginning or a creative act. It could suggest a universe that has always existed, potentially removing the need for a creator altogether. Alternatively, it might imply a God who is part of this infinite timeline rather than separate from it. The nature of time also impacts our understanding of divine attributes like omniscience and omnipotence. In a finite timeline, an all-knowing God could conceivably know all past and future events. However, an infinite timeline presents challenges to this concept, as it would require knowledge of an infinite number of events. Ultimately, the relationship between time and divinity remains one of the most perplexing questions in both theology and cosmology. As our understanding of the universe evolves, so too does our contemplation of these profound mysteries. Scientific theories about time have sparked profound discussions in theological circles, challenging traditional religious concepts and opening new avenues for spiritual interpretation. The theory of relativity, which reveals that time is not absolute but can be warped by gravity and motion, has led theologians to reconsider the nature of divine eternity and human temporality. This scientific insight raises questions about how an eternal God might interact with a universe bound by relative time, prompting fresh examinations of creation narratives and eschatological prophecies. Quantum mechanics further complicates our understanding of time, suggesting the possibility of multiple timelines or even the absence of time at the smallest scales. These ideas have influenced theological debates about free will and predestination, with some theologians proposing that God's omniscience might encompass all possible futures rather than a single predetermined timeline. Such concepts challenge traditional notions of divine foreknowledge and human agency, leading to new interpretations of religious texts and doctrines. The concept of entropy and the arrow of time from thermodynamics have also entered theological discussions, particularly regarding the nature of creation and the end of the universe. Some theologians have drawn parallels between the scientific prediction of universal heat death and religious apocalyptic visions, while others explore how a creator God might relate to a universe that appears to have a definite beginning and potential end. These scientific theories about time have not only influenced theological discussions, but have also fostered greater dialogue between science and religion. Many religious thinkers now seek to integrate scientific understanding of time into their worldviews, recognizing that both disciplines grapple with fundamental questions about the nature of existence and our place in the cosmos. This ongoing conversation continues to shape both scientific and theological thinking about the enigmatic nature of time. The concept of eternity plays a central role in many religious beliefs about the afterlife and salvation. Across various faiths, eternity is often portrayed as an endless state of existence that transcends our mortal understanding of time and space. This idea of an infinite future shapes how different religions conceptualize the ultimate fate of the soul or consciousness after death. In many monotheistic religions, eternity is closely linked to the notion of an all-powerful, everlasting deity. The afterlife is frequently described as an eternal existence in the presence of this divine being, with salvation often viewed as the means to achieve this state. For instance, in Christianity, eternal life in heaven is presented as the reward for those who follow the teachings of Jesus Christ and accept Him as their Savior. Conversely, some religious traditions also incorporate the concept of eternal punishment or separation from the divine as a consequence for those who fail to achieve salvation. This idea of an everlasting afterlife, whether blissful or tormented, serves as a powerful motivator for adherents to live according to their faith's teachings and seek salvation during their mortal lives. Interestingly, not all religions view eternity in the same way. Some Eastern philosophies, such as certain schools of Buddhism, conceptualize eternity not as an endless linear progression, but as a state beyond time itself. In these traditions, the ultimate goal might be to break free from the cycle of rebirth and achieve a timeless state of enlightenment or nirvana. Theories of consciousness and concepts of divine intelligence intersect in fascinating ways, sparking deep philosophical and scientific debates. Consciousness, our subjective awareness of the world and ourselves, remains one of the most perplexing mysteries in science. Some theories propose that consciousness emerges from complex neural networks in our brains, while others suggest it might be a fundamental property of the universe itself. These ideas about the nature of consciousness have intriguing parallels with various religious and spiritual concepts of divine intelligence. Some traditions view the divine as an all-encompassing, universal consciousness that permeates reality. This notion aligns with certain scientific theories that posit consciousness as a field-like phenomenon extending beyond individual minds. Other theories of consciousness, such as integrated information theory, propose that consciousness arises from the integration of information in any sufficiently complex system. This concept resonates with some theological ideas of an omniscient divine being, capable of processing and integrating all information in the universe simultaneously. The exploration of these connections between consciousness and divine intelligence raises profound questions about the nature of reality, free will, and the potential for transcendent experiences. As our understanding of consciousness evolves, it may continue to shed light on age-old questions about the existence and nature of divine intelligence, bridging the gap between scientific inquiry and spiritual contemplation. Panpsychism is a philosophical concept proposing that consciousness or mind is a fundamental feature of the physical world, present in all matter to some degree. This view suggests that even the smallest particles in the universe possess a form of subjective experience or inner life, though not necessarily complex thoughts or self-awareness. In relation to ideas about God and the universe, panpsychism offers an intriguing middle ground between strict materialism and traditional religious views. It challenges the notion that consciousness suddenly emerged from non-conscious matter, instead suggesting that consciousness has always been an intrinsic part of the cosmos. Some thinkers have used panpsychism to reimagine the concept of God. Rather than an external creator, they propose a divine consciousness permeating all of reality. This aligns with certain mystical and Eastern philosophical traditions that see the universe itself as a form of cosmic mind. Panpsychism also relates to questions about the nature of the universe. If consciousness is fundamental, it could imply that the universe itself possesses a form of awareness or intention. This idea resonates with some interpretations of quantum mechanics, where consciousness may play a role in shaping reality. While highly speculative, these concepts continue to fascinate philosophers and scientists alike, pushing the boundaries of our understanding of mind and cosmos. Near-death experiences and altered states of consciousness have long fascinated scientists and philosophers, providing intriguing glimpses into the complexities of human perception and consciousness. These phenomena often involve vivid, transformative experiences that some interpret as evidence of a divine or spiritual realm. Many individuals who have undergone near-death experiences report sensations of leaving their bodies, encountering beings of light, or feeling a profound sense of peace and unity. Similarly, altered states of consciousness induced by meditation, psychedelic substances, or extreme physical conditions can produce experiences that seem to transcend ordinary reality. These extraordinary mental states have led to discussions about the nature of consciousness itself and its potential connection to a higher power or universal consciousness. Some researchers propose that these experiences might be glimpses into a deeper reality, normally hidden from our everyday awareness, while others argue they are simply products of a brain under extreme stress or influenced by cultural expectations. From a scientific perspective, these phenomena raise questions about the relationship between brain activity and subjective experience. They challenge our understanding of consciousness and prompt us to consider whether our normal waking state represents the full spectrum of possible conscious experiences. While these experiences do not provide conclusive evidence of a divine nature, they continue to fuel debates about the fundamental nature of reality and human consciousness. The hard problem of consciousness refers to the challenge of explaining how subjective, conscious experiences arise from physical processes in the brain. It questions why we have inner feelings and sensations rather than just unconscious information processing. This enigma has puzzled philosophers and scientists for centuries, as it's difficult to bridge the gap between objective brain activity and subjective conscious experiences. This problem relates to understanding God in several ways. Some argue that consciousness might be a fundamental aspect of the universe, potentially linked to a divine or cosmic consciousness. Others suggest that the complexity of consciousness points to an intelligent designer. Conversely, some propose that solving the hard problem of consciousness could provide a naturalistic explanation for phenomena often attributed to the divine. The hard problem also touches on questions of the soul and free will, concepts central to many religious beliefs about God. If consciousness can be fully explained by physical processes, it might challenge traditional notions of an immaterial soul or divine intervention in human thought and action. Ultimately, the hard problem of consciousness remains unsolved, leaving room for both scientific inquiry and spiritual interpretation. Its connection to understanding God highlights the complex interplay between science, philosophy, and religion in our quest to comprehend the nature of reality and our place within it. The emergence of artificial intelligence and discussions about machine consciousness have profoundly influenced our contemplation of divine intelligence. These technological advancements have provided new frameworks for considering the nature of consciousness, intelligence, and even the concept of a supreme being. Artificial intelligence systems, with their ability to process vast amounts of data and make complex decisions, offer a tangible example of non-biological intelligence. This prompts us to reconsider what intelligence truly means and how it might manifest in forms beyond human comprehension. If humans can create machines that think and learn, it raises questions about the nature and origin of our own intelligence and consciousness. The concept of machine consciousness further challenges our understanding of awareness and self-reflection. As we grapple with the possibility of creating conscious machines, we are forced to examine the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. This introspection inevitably leads to questions about the consciousness of a divine being. Is divine intelligence similar to human intelligence, but on a vastly larger scale, or is it something entirely different and perhaps incomprehensible to human minds? These technological advancements also prompt us to consider the possibility that our universe itself could be a simulation created by a higher intelligence. This idea, while speculative, aligns with some interpretations of divine creation and omniscience. As we continue to push the boundaries of artificial intelligence and machine consciousness, we may gain new insights into the nature of intelligence itself, potentially reshaping our understanding of divine intelligence and our place in the cosmos. Quantum consciousness theories propose intriguing connections between quantum mechanics and the nature of consciousness, potentially offering new perspectives on the concept of God. These theories suggest that consciousness might arise from quantum processes in the brain, which could have far-reaching implications for our understanding of the divine. If consciousness indeed emerges from quantum phenomena, it raises the possibility that consciousness itself might be a fundamental aspect of the universe rather than simply an emergent property of complex biological systems. This idea aligns with some religious and philosophical concepts of God as an all-encompassing consciousness or universal mind. Furthermore, quantum mechanics introduces elements of uncertainty and non-locality into our understanding of reality. If these principles extend to consciousness, it could imply that God, as a form of cosmic consciousness, might not be bound by classical notions of causality or locality. This could provide a scientific framework for understanding traditional religious concepts such as omnipresence or divine intervention. However, it is crucial to note that quantum consciousness theories remain highly speculative and controversial within the scientific community. While they offer fascinating avenues for exploration, they do not provide definitive answers about the nature of God or consciousness. Instead, they invite us to consider new possibilities and continue our quest for understanding the profound mysteries of existence and awareness. Throughout history, diverse religious and philosophical traditions have grappled with the complex relationship between human and divine consciousness. Many belief systems posit a fundamental connection between the two, though they differ in their understanding of its nature and extent. In Eastern traditions like Hinduism and Buddhism, human consciousness is often seen as a fragment or reflection of a larger, universal consciousness. The concept of Atman in Hinduism, for instance, suggests that individual consciousness is ultimately identical to Brahman, the supreme cosmic consciousness. Buddhism, while not endorsing a supreme deity, teaches that enlightenment involves transcending individual consciousness to realize the interconnectedness of all things. Western monotheistic religions such as Judaism, Christianity, and Islam generally maintain a clearer distinction between human and divine consciousness. These traditions typically view God as a separate, omniscient being whose consciousness far surpasses human understanding. However, they also often emphasize the idea that humans are created in God's image, suggesting some level of similarity or connection between human and divine awareness. Philosophical traditions have also explored this relationship from various angles. Some, like panpsychism, propose that consciousness is a fundamental property of the universe, potentially bridging the gap between human and divine awareness. Others, such as materialist philosophies, reject the notion of divine consciousness altogether, viewing human consciousness as an emergent property of physical processes. The fine-tuning argument for the existence of God often incorporates consciousness as a key element. This argument suggests that the fundamental constants and laws of the universe appear to be precisely calibrated to allow for the emergence of complex life and consciousness. Proponents argue that the probability of these conditions arising by chance is extremely low, leading to the conclusion that an intelligent designer, often identified as God, must have set these parameters. Consciousness plays a crucial role in this argument because it is seen as one of the most complex and mysterious phenomena in the universe. The emergence of self-aware beings capable of contemplating their own existence and the nature of reality is considered by some to be a remarkable outcome of cosmic evolution. Advocates of the fine-tuning argument contend that the existence of consciousness adds weight to the idea that the universe was intentionally designed to produce such sophisticated outcomes. Critics of this approach argue that consciousness does not necessarily require divine intervention to explain its existence. They point out that our understanding of consciousness is still limited, and it may be premature to draw conclusions about its origins or significance in the context of cosmic fine-tuning. Some scientists and philosophers suggest that consciousness could be an emergent property of complex information processing systems, which could arise naturally given the right conditions. It is important to note that the role of consciousness in the fine-tuning argument remains a topic of ongoing debate among philosophers, theologians, and scientists. While some see it as compelling evidence for divine design, others view it as an interesting but inconclusive aspect of our complex universe, emphasizing the need for further research and understanding of both cosmic processes and the nature of consciousness itself. The exploration of animal consciousness provides fascinating insights that reshape our perspective on intelligence and cognition in the universe. As we delve deeper into the minds of various species, from dolphins to elephants to octopuses, we uncover complex behaviors and problem-solving abilities that challenge our traditional notions of awareness. This expanding knowledge of animal cognition prompts us to reconsider what constitutes intelligence and consciousness. If diverse forms of awareness exist across the animal kingdom, it suggests that consciousness might be a fundamental aspect of the universe, rather than a uniquely human trait. This realization opens up new avenues for contemplating the nature of divine intelligence. Some scientists and philosophers propose that if consciousness is indeed a basic feature of reality, it could indicate a form of universal mind or cosmic awareness. This concept aligns with certain spiritual and philosophical traditions that view divine intelligence as an all-encompassing, interconnected consciousness permeating the cosmos. Moreover, the study of animal consciousness highlights the vast spectrum of cognitive abilities in nature, from simple reflexes to self-awareness. This diversity encourages us to consider divine intelligence not as a singular, human-like mind, but as a multifaceted, all-encompassing form of awareness that transcends our limited understanding. By broadening our perspective on consciousness, we may gain new insights into the nature of intelligence on a cosmic scale. The concept of a universe imbued with divine consciousness raises profound ethical questions that challenge our understanding of morality, free will, and human responsibility. If a divine consciousness permeates all of existence, it suggests a fundamental interconnectedness between all things, potentially blurring the lines between individual actions and cosmic will. This perspective might lead us to reconsider the nature of good and evil. In a divinely conscious universe, what we perceive as negative events could be part of a greater, unknowable plan. This idea challenges our notions of justice and accountability, as it becomes difficult to assign blame or praise to individuals if all actions are expressions of a universal consciousness. Furthermore, the existence of divine consciousness throughout the universe could impact our views on environmental ethics and our treatment of other living beings. If everything is part of a greater, conscious whole, it might compel us to treat all aspects of the universe with greater respect and care, fostering a more holistic approach to ethics that extends beyond human concerns. However, this concept also raises questions about human agency and the value of personal growth. If our actions are ultimately expressions of a divine consciousness, how do we reconcile this with the human experience of making choices and learning from mistakes? These ethical implications invite us to contemplate our place in the cosmos and the nature of consciousness itself, pushing the boundaries of our moral frameworks and scientific understanding. Scientists have proposed several intriguing multiverse theories to explain the nature of our universe and the possibility of others. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics suggests that every quantum event creates new parallel universes, resulting in an infinite number of realities branching off from each moment. This theory posits that all possible alternate histories and futures are real, with each existing in its own universe. Another prominent idea is the concept of bubble universes, where our cosmos is just one of many bubbles in an expanding cosmic foam. These bubbles might occasionally collide, leaving potential evidence in our cosmic microwave background radiation. Some physicists speculate that these bubble universes could have different physical laws and constants from our own. The brane multiverse theory, derived from string theory, proposes that our universe exists on a three-dimensional membrane, or brane, floating in a higher dimensional space. Other universes might exist on separate branes, occasionally interacting with ours through gravity. This concept attempts to unify quantum mechanics and general relativity, two fundamental theories that have proven difficult to reconcile. Lastly, the cyclic model suggests that our universe undergoes endless cycles of big bangs and big crunches, with each cycle potentially giving rise to a new universe with different properties. This theory challenges the idea of a single moment of creation and proposes a never-ending cycle of cosmic birth and rebirth. Multiverse theories present a significant challenge to traditional concepts of divine creation by proposing the existence of multiple universes beyond our own. This idea fundamentally alters the notion of a single, purposefully created cosmos that has been central to many religious and philosophical worldviews. In traditional creation narratives, a divine being intentionally designs and brings forth a unique universe. However, multiverse theories suggest that our universe might be just one of countless others, each with its own physical laws and properties. This concept implies that the apparent fine-tuning of our universe for life might not be the result of divine intervention, but rather a consequence of cosmic diversity. The multiverse concept also raises questions about the nature and role of a creator. If multiple universes exist, did a divine being create all of them? Or is there a natural mechanism that generates universes without the need for a conscious creator? These questions challenge long-held beliefs about the relationship between a deity and creation. Furthermore, multiverse theories introduce the possibility that universes could arise through natural processes rather than divine action. This idea aligns more closely with scientific explanations of cosmic origins, potentially reducing the need for a supernatural first cause. As a result, these theories continue to spark debate among scientists, philosophers, and theologians about the nature of existence and the role of divinity in the cosmos. The concept of multiple universes, often called the multiverse, presents intriguing challenges to traditional theological views. Many religions have long held that our universe is a unique creation, purposefully designed for life. The existence of multiple universes could suggest that our universe is not as special as once thought, potentially altering our understanding of divine intent. For monotheistic religions, the multiverse raises questions about the nature and scope of God's creation. If multiple universes exist, did God create them all? This idea might expand our conception of divine power and creativity, but it also complicates the notion of humanity's central role in creation. Some theologians argue that a multiverse actually strengthens the case for a divine creator, as it would require an even greater power to bring such complexity into being. The multiverse concept also intersects with questions of free will and determinism. In some multiverse theories, every possible outcome of every decision occurs in different universes. This could challenge traditional ideas about moral responsibility and the consequences of our actions. However, it might also offer a new perspective on concepts like divine omniscience and predestination. Ultimately, the theological implications of multiple universes remain a subject of debate and interpretation. While some see the multiverse as a threat to religious beliefs, others view it as an opportunity to deepen and expand our understanding of the divine and our place in creation. As science continues to explore these possibilities, theologians and philosophers will undoubtedly continue to grapple with their implications for faith and meaning. Religious traditions have long grappled with scientific discoveries that challenge traditional creation narratives. The concept of multiple universes presents a new frontier for theological interpretation. Some religious thinkers see the multiverse as an expansion of divine creation, viewing each universe as a unique expression of cosmic creativity. This perspective allows for a grander vision of creation that encompasses infinite possibilities. In Hinduism and Buddhism, the idea of multiple universes aligns well with existing cosmologies that describe vast cycles of creation and destruction. These Eastern traditions often interpret the multiverse as a manifestation of the infinite nature of reality, reinforcing their teachings about the interconnectedness of all things. Abrahamic religions like Christianity, Islam, and Judaism have taken varied approaches. Some adherents view the multiverse as a testament to the limitless power of God, arguing that a divine being capable of creating one universe could certainly create many. Others see it as a challenge to the uniqueness of our world and humanity's special place within it, leading to reinterpretations of sacred texts and doctrines. Ultimately, the adaptation of religious narratives to multiverse theories reflects the ongoing dialogue between faith and science. It demonstrates the flexibility of religious thought and the human desire to reconcile spiritual beliefs with our expanding understanding of the cosmos. The concept of a multiverse raises profound philosophical questions about the nature and role of God. If multiple universes exist, does God preside over all of them or just our own? This leads us to ponder whether there could be multiple gods, each governing their own universe, or if a single divine entity spans the entire multiverse. The existence of a multiverse also challenges traditional notions of divine creation. If infinite universes exist with different physical laws, does this diminish the idea of intelligent design? Some argue that a multiverse actually strengthens the case for a creator, as it would require an even grander architect to design such a complex system. Another intriguing question is whether God, if omnipotent and omniscient, would be aware of and able to influence events in all universes simultaneously. This concept stretches our understanding of divine attributes and raises questions about free will and determinism across multiple realities. The multiverse theory also impacts our understanding of divine justice and the problem of evil. If infinite universes exist, does this mean there are realities where evil does not exist or where different moral frameworks apply? This leads to complex theological debates about the nature of good and evil and whether our universe is the best of all possible worlds. The anthropic principle and multiverse theories intersect in fascinating ways, offering potential explanations for our universe's seemingly perfect conditions for life. This principle suggests that the universe must have properties allowing conscious life to exist, simply because we are here to observe it. Multiverse theories propose the existence of numerous universes, each with different physical laws and constants. In this context, our universe could be just one of countless others, and we happen to exist in one with the right conditions for life. This idea addresses the fine-tuning problem, where our universe's fundamental constants appear precisely calibrated for life. Rather than requiring a designer, multiverse theories suggest that in a vast array of universes, some will inevitably have the right conditions for life. This perspective has implications for concepts of God. For some, it diminishes the need for a divine creator, as the apparent design of our universe could be a result of cosmic chance within a multiverse. Others argue that a multiverse itself would require a creator or underlying principle, potentially reframing rather than eliminating the concept of God. Ultimately, the anthropic principle and multiverse theories offer intriguing possibilities for understanding our place in the cosmos, challenging traditional notions of creation and purpose while opening new avenues for contemplating the nature of existence and the potential for life beyond our observable universe. The concept of divine creation within a multiverse scenario presents intriguing ethical questions that challenge our understanding of morality and existence. In this context, we must consider the implications of a creator deity responsible for multiple universes, each potentially governed by different physical laws and inhabited by diverse forms of life. One key ethical consideration is the issue of fairness and equality across universes. If a divine creator generates multiple realities, how do we reconcile the vastly different conditions and opportunities for life in each universe? Some universes might be teeming with intelligent life, while others could be barren and inhospitable. This disparity raises questions about the nature of divine justice and the value placed on different forms of existence. Another ethical dimension to consider is the responsibility of the creator in a multiverse scenario. If a divine being has the power to create infinite universes, does this entity also bear the moral obligation to ensure the well-being of all creatures across these realities? This question becomes particularly complex when we consider the potential for suffering and hardship in less favorable universes. The multiverse concept also challenges our notions of free will and determinism. If our universe is just one of many possible realities, how does this affect our understanding of choice and moral responsibility? The idea that alternate versions of ourselves might exist in other universes, making different choices and experiencing different outcomes, complicates our traditional views on ethics and personal accountability. Multiverse theories have added intriguing new dimensions to debates about the existence of God. These ideas suggest that our universe might be just one of many, perhaps even infinite, universes existing simultaneously. This concept challenges traditional arguments both for and against the existence of a divine creator. One classic argument for God's existence is the fine-tuning argument, which points to the precise conditions in our universe that allow for life. Multiverse theories offer an alternative explanation for this apparent fine-tuning without invoking a creator. If there are countless universes with varying properties, it becomes more likely that at least one would have the right conditions for life, simply by chance. However, some argue that multiverse theories actually strengthen the case for God. The idea is that an infinitely creative being might choose to create multiple universes, showcasing divine power and imagination. Additionally, the existence of a multiverse doesn't necessarily rule out the need for a prime mover or first cause to set the entire system in motion. Ultimately, multiverse theories highlight the complexity of our cosmic reality and the limitations of human understanding. They remind us that as our scientific knowledge expands, so too must our philosophical and theological considerations evolve to encompass new possibilities about the nature of existence and creation. Infinity plays a crucial role in multiverse theories, expanding our understanding of the cosmos beyond the observable universe. In these theories, the concept of infinite space and infinite time allows for the possibility of an unlimited number of universes, each with its own unique properties and physical laws. This idea of infinite universes relates to divine attributes in intriguing ways. The notion of omnipresence, often associated with divine beings, finds a parallel in the multiverse concept where every possible reality exists simultaneously. Similarly, the attribute of omniscience could be viewed through the lens of infinite knowledge spread across infinite universes. However, it is important to note that these connections between multiverse theories and divine attributes are philosophical rather than scientific. While multiverse theories are based on mathematical models and some observational evidence, they remain speculative and unproven. The concept of infinity in these theories challenges our understanding of reality and pushes the boundaries of what we consider possible. Ultimately, the role of infinity in multiverse theories opens up fascinating questions about the nature of existence, the limits of our universe, and the potential for realities beyond our comprehension. This intersection of science and philosophy continues to fuel discussions about the fundamental nature of our cosmos and our place within it. In a multiverse context, traditional notions of divine providence and intervention undergo significant transformations. The idea of multiple universes existing simultaneously challenges the conventional understanding of a single, all-encompassing divine plan. With countless universes potentially unfolding, each with its own set of physical laws and possibilities, the concept of a deity intervening in specific events becomes more complex. Instead of focusing on individual actions within a single universe, divine influence might be seen as establishing the fundamental principles that govern the entire multiverse. Some theologians and philosophers argue that a multiverse actually strengthens the case for a divine creator, as it requires an even grander design to set up the conditions for multiple universes to exist. Others contend that it diminishes the need for a deity, as the sheer number of universes could explain fine-tuning and the appearance of design through pure probability. The multiverse concept also raises questions about the nature of divine omniscience and omnipotence. If a deity is aware of and can influence all possible universes, it fundamentally alters our understanding of free will and predestination, potentially leading to new interpretations of religious texts and doctrines. Throughout history, philosophers have grappled with the nature of reality, offering diverse perspectives that shape our understanding of existence. Western philosophy, rooted in ancient Greek thought, often views reality as an objective, external world that can be understood through reason and empirical observation. Plato proposed that true reality consists of perfect, immutable forms existing beyond the physical world we perceive with our senses. In contrast, Eastern philosophical traditions like Buddhism and Hinduism often conceive of reality as fundamentally interconnected and illusory. Buddhism teaches that what we perceive as reality is a product of our minds, and that true reality lies in recognizing the impermanence and emptiness of all phenomena. Hinduism posits the concept of Brahman, an ultimate reality that underlies and unifies all existence. Some modern Western philosophers have challenged traditional notions of objective reality. Phenomenologists argue that reality is shaped by our conscious experience of it, while postmodernists question whether any universal truth about reality can be established. Quantum physics has further complicated our understanding, suggesting that reality at the subatomic level behaves in ways that defy classical logic. These varying perspectives on reality continue to influence scientific inquiry, spiritual practices, and everyday life. They remind us that our understanding of existence is deeply shaped by cultural, historical, and personal contexts, inviting us to remain open to new ways of perceiving and engaging with the world around us. The relationship between perceived reality and absolute reality is a complex topic that has intrigued philosophers, scientists, and spiritual leaders for centuries. Many belief systems grapple with the idea that what we experience as reality might not be the complete picture of what truly exists. In some Eastern philosophies, such as Buddhism and Hinduism, there is a concept of Maya, which suggests that the world we perceive is an illusion. These traditions teach that our senses and minds create a version of reality that may not align with the absolute truth. They propose that through meditation and spiritual practices, one can pierce through the veil of illusion to experience a deeper, more fundamental reality. Western philosophical traditions have also explored this concept. Plato's allegory of the cave illustrates the idea that what we perceive as reality might be merely shadows of a higher truth. This notion has influenced many Western thinkers and continues to shape discussions about the nature of reality. Modern science adds another layer to this debate. Quantum mechanics reveals that the behavior of particles at the smallest scales defies our everyday understanding of reality. This has led some scientists and philosophers to question whether our perception of a solid, deterministic world is accurate or simply a useful approximation of a much stranger underlying reality. The simulation hypothesis presents a fascinating intersection with traditional concepts of God and creation. This theory suggests our reality might be an advanced computer simulation created by a highly sophisticated civilization. In this context, the simulators could be seen as godlike entities possessing the power to shape and control our universe. This idea shares some parallels with religious creation myths. Just as many faiths describe divine beings creating the world and its inhabitants, the simulation hypothesis proposes that our world could be a deliberate construction. The key difference lies in the nature of the creators. Instead of supernatural deities, they would be technologically advanced beings. The simulation hypothesis also raises profound questions about the nature of existence and consciousness. If our reality is simulated, it implies a higher level of reality beyond our own, much like how many religions posit realms beyond the physical world. This concept challenges our understanding of what is real and what it means to exist. However, it's crucial to note that the simulation hypothesis remains a philosophical thought experiment. While it offers intriguing parallels to religious concepts, it is not scientifically proven. It serves as a modern framework for contemplating age-old questions about the nature of reality and our place in the universe. Idealism, the philosophical view that reality is fundamentally mental or spiritual in nature, has profound implications for our understanding of God's nature. This perspective suggests that the universe itself is a product of consciousness or mind rather than physical matter. When applied to the concept of God, idealism offers a unique lens through which to explore divine attributes and the relationship between God and creation. In an idealist framework, God could be conceived as the ultimate consciousness or mind that underlies all of reality. This aligns with many traditional theological concepts of God as an omniscient and omnipresent being. If all of existence is fundamentally mental, then God's thoughts or ideas could be seen as the very fabric of the universe itself. This view presents a more intimate connection between God and creation, as the physical world becomes an expression of divine consciousness. Idealism also challenges the traditional dualistic separation between spirit and matter. In this view, what we perceive as the physical universe is not separate from God, but is instead a manifestation of divine thought. This perspective can lead to a more holistic understanding of God's nature, where the divine is not just a transcendent being separate from creation, but is immanent within it as its very essence. Furthermore, idealism may offer new ways to approach age-old theological questions about God's relationship to time and space. If reality is fundamentally mental, then concepts like eternity and infinity might be understood not as physical properties, but as aspects of divine consciousness. This could provide fresh insights into how God interacts with the universe and human beings, potentially reshaping our understanding of concepts like divine intervention and free will. Materialist philosophies approach questions of divine existence with skepticism and a focus on empirical evidence. These philosophical views hold that the physical universe is the only reality, and all phenomena can be explained through natural processes and interactions of matter and energy. Materialists argue that claims about divine beings or supernatural forces lack scientific evidence and cannot be verified through observation or experimentation. They contend that the complexity of the universe and the emergence of life can be understood through natural laws and evolutionary processes without the need for a divine creator. Critics of materialism often argue that this approach fails to account for subjective experiences, consciousness, and the origins of the universe itself. However, materialists respond that these phenomena are emergent properties of complex physical systems and that our current lack of complete understanding does not necessitate supernatural explanations. Ultimately, materialist philosophies emphasize the importance of scientific inquiry and rational thought in understanding the world, rejecting faith-based explanations in favor of those supported by empirical evidence and logical reasoning. Consciousness is the lens through which we perceive and interpret the world around us, fundamentally shaping our understanding of reality and any concepts of a higher power or God. Our conscious experiences form the basis of our thoughts, beliefs, and perceptions, influencing how we make sense of the universe and our place within it. The human brain, with its intricate network of neurons and synapses, gives rise to our conscious awareness. This remarkable feat of biology allows us to ponder complex questions about existence, morality, and the nature of reality itself. It is through consciousness that we formulate ideas about God or a divine force, as we seek to explain the seemingly inexplicable aspects of our universe. Our conscious minds also enable us to engage in abstract thinking and pattern recognition, which are crucial for developing scientific theories and philosophical concepts. These cognitive abilities have led to diverse interpretations of reality and spirituality across cultures and throughout history. From ancient creation myths to modern scientific cosmology, consciousness has driven our quest to understand the fundamental nature of existence. However, the relationship between consciousness and reality is not a one-way street. Our understanding of reality, in turn, shapes our consciousness. As we learn more about the universe through scientific discovery, our conscious awareness expands, potentially altering our perceptions of God and our place in the cosmos. This dynamic interplay between consciousness, reality, and concepts of the divine continues to evolve as we push the boundaries of human knowledge and exploration. Quantum physics interpretations like the many worlds theory challenge our traditional understanding of reality and raise profound questions about the nature of existence, including the concept of divine beings. The many worlds interpretation suggests that every quantum event creates multiple parallel universes, each representing a different outcome. This idea dramatically expands our view of reality beyond a single, deterministic universe. In this framework, our perceived reality becomes just one of countless possibilities unfolding simultaneously. This vast multiplicity of universes could imply that every conceivable outcome of every event actually occurs somewhere in the multiverse. Such a concept has significant implications for our understanding of free will, causality, and the very fabric of existence. When considering divine existence in light of the many worlds interpretation, we encounter intriguing possibilities. If infinite parallel universes exist, does this mean there are universes with gods and others without? Or perhaps a singular divine entity exists across all universes simultaneously? These questions push the boundaries of traditional theological concepts and force us to reconsider the nature of omnipotence and omnipresence. Moreover, the many worlds theory blurs the line between possibility and actuality, potentially redefining the role of a creator or divine intelligence. In a reality where all possibilities are realized, the act of creation becomes an ongoing, ever-branching process rather than a single event. This perspective invites us to re-evaluate our understanding of cosmic order, purpose, and the fundamental nature of existence itself. Personal experience plays a significant role in shaping our understanding of reality and our concept of God. Our individual encounters with the world around us, our emotions, and our thoughts all contribute to forming our beliefs and perceptions. These experiences can range from everyday occurrences to profound, life-changing events that alter our worldview. For many people, personal experiences that seem inexplicable or transcendent often form the basis of their belief in a higher power or God. These might include moments of intense joy, deep connection with nature, or unexplained coincidences that feel meaningful. Such experiences can lead individuals to interpret reality through a spiritual or religious lens, influencing their understanding of the universe and their place within it. However, personal experience is subjective and can be influenced by cultural background, education, and pre-existing beliefs. What one person interprets as a divine encounter, another might view as a purely psychological phenomenon. This subjectivity highlights the challenge of relying solely on personal experience to determine the nature of reality or the existence of God. Scientists and philosophers often argue that while personal experiences are valuable, they should be examined critically and compared with empirical evidence and logical reasoning to form a more comprehensive understanding of reality. This approach encourages a balance between honoring individual experiences and seeking objective truths about the universe and our existence within it. Throughout history, cultures around the world have grappled with the challenge of reconciling scientific discoveries with deeply held spiritual beliefs. This ongoing dialogue between science and spirituality has taken many forms across different societies, often leading to unique perspectives on the nature of reality. In some cultures, there is a harmonious integration of scientific and spiritual worldviews. For example, many Buddhist traditions embrace scientific findings, seeing them as complementary to their spiritual practices. The Dalai Lama has actively encouraged scientific research and dialogue, viewing science as a tool to better understand the mind and the universe. Other cultures have developed frameworks that allow scientific and spiritual understandings to coexist without necessarily merging. In the Islamic Golden Age, scholars made significant contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and medicine while maintaining their religious beliefs. They saw scientific inquiry as a way to better appreciate the complexity of divine creation. Western cultures have often experienced more tension between scientific and religious perspectives. However, many individuals and institutions have worked to bridge this divide. Some interpret religious texts metaphorically, allowing for scientific explanations of natural phenomena while preserving the spiritual essence of their faith. Others see science and spirituality as addressing different aspects of human experience, with science explaining the how and spirituality addressing the why of existence. Virtual and augmented reality technologies are pushing the boundaries of how we perceive and interact with our world, raising profound questions about the nature of existence and our concept of a higher power. These immersive technologies allow us to create and experience entirely new realities, blurring the line between the physical and digital realms. As we develop more sophisticated virtual environments, we might begin to question the fundamental nature of our own reality. If we can create convincing simulations, could our own universe be a simulation created by a superior intelligence? This idea, known as the simulation hypothesis, challenges traditional notions of God and creation. Furthermore, augmented reality overlays digital information onto our physical world, potentially altering our perception of reality. This technology could lead to new forms of religious or spiritual experiences, where individuals might encounter digital representations of deities or sacred spaces in their everyday environments. Such experiences could reshape how people connect with their faith or understand the concept of divinity. These technologies also raise ethical questions about the nature of consciousness and the soul. If we can create increasingly lifelike virtual beings, at what point might they be considered conscious or deserving of moral consideration? This question challenges our understanding of what it means to be alive and the uniqueness of human consciousness in relation to a divine creator. The concept of infinity in mathematics and theology shares some intriguing parallels, yet also diverges in significant ways. Mathematical infinity deals with quantities that have no upper limit, continuing endlessly. This idea appears in various forms, such as the infinite sequence of natural numbers or the infinite points on a line. Theological concepts of infinity often relate to divine attributes, describing a supreme being as limitless in power, knowledge, and presence. This notion of infinity encompasses not just quantitative aspects, but also qualitative ones, suggesting a completeness or perfection beyond human comprehension. While mathematical infinity can be precisely defined and manipulated within formal systems, theological infinity often resists such rigorous treatment. It remains more of a philosophical or spiritual concept, pointing to something beyond the bounds of human experience and understanding. Despite these differences, both mathematical and theological notions of infinity challenge our everyday intuitions and push the boundaries of human thought. They invite us to contemplate realms beyond the finite and measurable, whether in the abstract world of numbers or the spiritual domain of the divine. Georg Cantor's groundbreaking work on infinity has profound implications for theological discussions, particularly concerning the nature of God and the concept of the infinite. Cantor's development of set theory and his exploration of different sizes of infinity challenged long-held beliefs about the nature of the infinite, both in mathematics and philosophy. Cantor demonstrated that there are different levels of infinity, some larger than others. This idea of a hierarchy of infinities resonates with theological concepts of God as an infinite being. It suggests that even within the realm of the infinite, there can be degrees or levels, potentially aligning with notions of divine attributes or the complexity of the divine nature. Furthermore, Cantor's work on the absolute infinite, which he equated with God, provides a mathematical framework for discussing the divine. He proposed that this absolute infinite was beyond human comprehension and could not be fully grasped or manipulated mathematically, much like many theological descriptions of God as transcendent and ultimately unknowable. These mathematical insights into infinity have sparked new avenues for theological discourse, offering fresh perspectives on age-old questions about the nature of God, creation, and the relationship between the finite and the infinite. Cantor's work continues to influence both mathematical and theological thinking, demonstrating the potential for unexpected connections between seemingly disparate fields of study. Mathematical concepts of infinity offer intriguing parallels to discussions of divine attributes, though it's important to note that these are abstract ideas rather than direct representations of divinity. Countable infinity, such as the set of all whole numbers, stretches endlessly, but can be listed in order. This might relate to divine attributes like eternal existence or infinite knowledge, where each moment or piece of information can be conceptually ordered. Uncountable infinity, like the set of all real numbers, is larger and cannot be put into a simple ordered list. This could be seen as analogous to more expansive notions of divine omnipotence or omnipresence, suggesting a level of infinity beyond human comprehension or enumeration. These mathematical concepts provide a framework for contemplating the nature of divine infinity. They suggest that even within the realm of the infinite, there are degrees and types of endlessness. This aligns with theological discussions about the extent and nature of divine attributes, helping to illustrate the complexity and vastness of such concepts. However, it's crucial to remember that mathematical infinities are abstract constructs, while divine attributes in religious contexts are often considered real and absolute. The comparison serves more as a thought-provoking analogy than a direct equivalence, inviting us to ponder the nature of infinity in both mathematical and spiritual realms. Infinity plays a significant role in several cosmological arguments for the existence of God. These arguments often center on the idea of causality and the origins of the universe. One prominent example is the Kalam cosmological argument, which posits that everything that begins to exist has a cause, and since the universe began to exist, it must have a cause. The concept of infinity comes into play when considering the possibility of an infinite regress of causes. Some argue that an infinite chain of causes is impossible, as it would lead to logical contradictions. This line of reasoning suggests that there must be a first cause, often identified as God, which is itself uncaused and eternal. Another way infinity factors into these arguments is through the idea of actual versus potential infinities. Some philosophers and theologians argue that while potential infinities can exist in mathematics and abstract thought, actual infinities cannot exist in reality. They contend that an infinite universe or an infinite series of past events is impossible, necessitating a finite beginning and, by extension, a creator. Critics of these arguments point out that our understanding of infinity is limited, and that applying finite logic to infinite concepts may lead to flawed conclusions. They also note that modern cosmology presents alternative explanations for the origin of the universe that do not necessarily require a divine first cause. Ultimately, the role of infinity in cosmological arguments remains a subject of ongoing debate in philosophy and theology. Mathematical paradoxes of infinity and theological paradoxes share intriguing connections, both grappling with concepts that stretch the limits of human understanding. In mathematics, infinity presents puzzling scenarios like the Hilbert's hotel thought experiment, where a fully occupied hotel with infinite rooms can still accommodate new guests. This challenges our intuitive notions of size and capacity. Similarly, theological paradoxes often involve reconciling seemingly contradictory attributes of a divine being, such as omnipotence and omnibenevolence in the face of evil. Both fields confront us with ideas that defy conventional logic and push the boundaries of our cognitive frameworks. The concept of eternity in many religious traditions parallels mathematical infinity, raising questions about the nature of time and existence. Just as mathematicians explore different sizes of infinity, theologians ponder the implications of divine timelessness and infinite knowledge. These paradoxes in both domains highlight the limitations of human reasoning when dealing with the absolute or infinite. They remind us that our understanding of reality, whether through science or faith, often requires us to embrace concepts that transcend everyday experience and challenge our preconceptions. Absolute infinity is a concept that stretches the limits of human comprehension, encompassing the totality of all possible infinities. It goes beyond the mathematical notion of infinity and enters the realm of metaphysics and theology. This idea suggests a state of limitlessness that surpasses even the largest conceivable quantities or sets. In relation to ideas about God, absolute infinity often serves as a way to conceptualize divine attributes. Many theological traditions describe God as infinite in nature, possessing unlimited knowledge, power, and presence. This notion of divine infinity aligns with the concept of absolute infinity, as it represents a state of being that transcends all boundaries and limitations. Some philosophers and theologians have argued that only God can truly embody absolute infinity, as it requires a level of existence beyond the physical universe. They posit that while humans can conceive of various types of infinity, such as the infinite series of numbers, only a divine being could encompass all possible infinities simultaneously. This connection between absolute infinity and divinity raises profound questions about the nature of existence, the limits of human understanding, and the relationship between the finite and the infinite. It challenges us to contemplate realms beyond our immediate perception and grapple with concepts that lie at the very edge of human thought. The concept of infinitesimals in mathematics provides an intriguing parallel to theological ideas about divine action in the universe. Infinitesimals are quantities so small that they approach zero but never quite reach it, existing in a realm between nothingness and measurable amounts. This notion resonates with some theological perspectives on how a divine being might interact with the physical world in ways that are imperceptible yet consequential. In mathematics, infinitesimals were crucial to the development of calculus, allowing for the calculation of rates of change and accumulation of quantities over time or space. Similarly, some theological frameworks propose that divine action might occur at such minute scales that it influences the course of events without violating natural laws or being directly observable. This connection between mathematics and theology highlights how abstract concepts can bridge seemingly disparate fields. It suggests that the fundamental nature of reality might operate on levels beyond our everyday perception, whether in the realm of numbers or in the spiritual domain. The idea of infinitesimal divine action aligns with views of a subtle, non-interventionist deity whose influence permeates the universe at its most fundamental level. While this comparison is largely metaphorical, it demonstrates how mathematical concepts can provide new ways to contemplate and discuss complex theological ideas, fostering dialogue between scientific and religious thought. The concept of infinite series and limits in mathematics offers intriguing parallels to our contemplation of divine nature. These mathematical ideas challenge our understanding of the boundless and eternal, much like how we grapple with the concept of an all-encompassing deity. Infinite series, which are sums that continue without end, can sometimes converge to a finite value. This counterintuitive result mirrors how we might conceive of a divine being encompassing all of existence yet remaining distinct and definable. The notion that an infinite process can yield a finite outcome resonates with theological ideas of the infinite divine manifesting in our finite world. Limits, on the other hand, allow us to approach values that we can never quite reach. This mathematical concept echoes the human experience of striving to comprehend the divine while acknowledging that complete understanding may forever elude us. Just as we can get arbitrarily close to a limit without ever reaching it, we might continuously deepen our spiritual understanding without fully grasping the entirety of divine nature. These mathematical concepts also relate to ideas of divine omniscience and omnipotence. An all-knowing being might be likened to the limit of all possible knowledge, while infinite power could be compared to an unbounded series of capabilities. By exploring these mathematical analogies, we gain new perspectives on age-old questions about the nature of divinity and our relationship to it. The concept of infinity in set theory provides a fascinating framework for contemplating the nature of divine knowledge. Set theory deals with collections of objects, including infinite sets that contain an endless number of elements. This mathematical concept can be applied to discussions about God's knowledge, offering intriguing perspectives on the extent and nature of divine omniscience. In set theory, we encounter different sizes of infinity, such as countable and uncountable infinities. This notion challenges our understanding of what it means to know everything. If we consider God's knowledge as an infinite set, it would presumably be the largest possible infinity, encompassing all other infinities. This suggests that divine knowledge would not only include every fact and possibility, but also transcend human comprehension of completeness. The idea of a completed infinity in set theory also relates to discussions about God's timeless nature. Just as mathematicians can work with infinite sets as completed totalities, theologians argue that God can comprehend all of time simultaneously rather than experiencing it sequentially as humans do. This concept of divine eternity aligns with the mathematical notion of actual infinity, where all elements of an infinite set exist at once. Moreover, set theory's exploration of the continuum hypothesis and different levels of infinity prompts questions about the limits of divine knowledge. Can there be knowledge beyond God's understanding, or does divine omniscience necessarily include all possible infinities? These mathematical concepts provide a rich vocabulary for exploring the nature and extent of God's knowledge, bridging abstract mathematics with profound theological inquiries. Mathematical infinity serves as a powerful concept in philosophical and theological debates about the existence of God. Some argue that the very notion of infinity points to a transcendent being beyond our finite universe. They contend that our ability to conceive of infinity suggests a reality greater than the physical world we observe. Proponents of this view often invoke the cosmological argument, asserting that an infinite regression of causes is impossible, necessitating a first cause or prime mover, which they identify as God. They argue that only an infinite being could set the universe in motion without requiring a prior cause. Conversely, skeptics argue that mathematical infinity is an abstract concept that does not necessarily correspond to physical reality. They point out that our understanding of infinity has evolved over time, and that many apparent infinities in nature turn out to be finite upon closer examination. These critics suggest that using infinity to argue for God's existence is an example of applying mathematical abstractions to questions beyond their scope. Furthermore, some philosophers argue that if God is infinite, it creates logical paradoxes. For instance, how can an all-powerful being create something outside itself if it already encompasses everything? These debates highlight the complex relationship between mathematical concepts and theological arguments, demonstrating how abstract ideas can shape our understanding of existence and divinity. The relationship between divine intervention and natural laws has been a subject of debate for centuries. Many who believe in a divine creator argue that God established the laws of nature and can choose to intervene in ways that seem to contradict these laws. This perspective suggests that miracles or unexplained phenomena could be examples of divine intervention overriding the usual workings of the universe. On the other hand, scientists generally approach the universe through the lens of natural laws that operate consistently and predictably. From this viewpoint, what might appear to be divine intervention could potentially be explained by natural processes we do not yet fully understand. As our scientific knowledge expands, events once attributed to supernatural causes often find explanations within the framework of natural laws. Some philosophers and theologians have proposed a middle ground, suggesting that divine intervention might work through natural laws rather than against them. This concept, sometimes called theistic evolution in biological contexts, posits that a divine being could guide natural processes without necessarily violating established scientific principles. Ultimately, the interplay between divine intervention and natural laws remains a complex topic that intersects science, philosophy, and theology. While science continues to uncover the mechanics of our universe, questions about the ultimate origin and purpose of these laws persist, leaving room for ongoing discussion and exploration. Theological perspectives on miracles and their relationship to natural order vary widely across different religious traditions and philosophical viewpoints. Many theistic religions, such as Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, generally view miracles as divine interventions that transcend or suspend the laws of nature. These faiths often see miracles as signs of divine power and presence in the world. Some theologians argue that miracles are not violations of natural law, but rather extraordinary events that occur within the framework of nature, guided by divine will. This view suggests that God works through natural processes in ways that may appear miraculous to human observers. Others maintain that miracles are genuine suspensions of natural order, demonstrating God's ability to override the very laws he established. In contrast, some theological perspectives, particularly those influenced by deism or certain forms of rationalism, are skeptical of miracles. These viewpoints often argue that a perfect deity would not need to intervene in the natural order and that apparent miracles can be explained through scientific understanding or human misperception. Some modern theologians have reinterpreted the concept of miracles, focusing on their symbolic or spiritual significance rather than their literal occurrence. Ultimately, the relationship between miracles and natural order remains a subject of ongoing debate in theological circles, reflecting broader questions about the nature of divine action in the world and the limits of human understanding. The relationship between religious concepts like God's sustaining presence and scientific laws is a complex topic that has been debated for centuries. Scientific laws describe observable patterns and regularities in the universe, such as gravity, thermodynamics, and electromagnetism. These laws govern the behavior of matter and energy, providing a framework for understanding how the universe operates. Some people view scientific laws as evidence of a divine order, suggesting that God's sustaining presence is manifested through these consistent and predictable patterns. They argue that the elegance and reliability of scientific laws point to an intelligent designer who maintains the universe's order. This perspective sees scientific laws as a reflection of God's ongoing involvement in creation. Others, however, see scientific laws as self-sustaining principles that operate independently of any divine intervention. From this viewpoint, the universe functions according to these laws without the need for continuous divine maintenance. This perspective aligns more closely with a naturalistic worldview, which seeks to explain phenomena through observable, measurable processes. It's important to note that science itself does not make claims about the existence or non-existence of God. Instead, it focuses on understanding the observable universe through empirical evidence and testable hypotheses. The relationship between scientific laws and religious concepts ultimately depends on individual beliefs and interpretations of both scientific and theological ideas. Quantum indeterminacy, a fundamental principle of quantum mechanics, suggests that certain properties of particles cannot be precisely determined simultaneously. This inherent uncertainty at the subatomic level has led some to speculate about its potential implications for understanding divine action in the universe. One perspective proposes that quantum indeterminacy could provide a mechanism for divine intervention without violating the laws of physics. The idea is that God could influence quantum events, which then cascade into larger-scale effects in the physical world. This concept, sometimes called quantum divine action, attempts to reconcile scientific understanding with the notion of an active, intervening deity. However, critics argue that invoking quantum indeterminacy to explain divine action is problematic. They contend that quantum effects generally cancel out at macroscopic scales, making it unlikely for quantum-level interventions to produce significant changes in the observable world. Additionally, some philosophers and theologians worry that this approach might reduce God to a mere tinkerer in the quantum realm. It is important to note that these discussions remain largely speculative and philosophical. While quantum indeterminacy raises intriguing questions about the nature of reality and causality, its implications for understanding divine action continue to be a subject of debate among scientists, philosophers, and theologians alike. Religious traditions have grappled with this philosophical question for centuries, developing various approaches to reconcile the concept of an unchanging deity with a dynamic universe. Many monotheistic faiths, such as Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, view God as eternal and immutable, existing outside of time and space. These religions often explain that while the universe changes, God remains constant in nature and purpose. Some theological perspectives argue that the apparent changes in the universe are part of God's unchanging plan, unfolding in a way that seems dynamic to human perception, but is actually predetermined from God's timeless viewpoint. Others suggest that God's unchanging nature refers to core attributes like love, justice, and omniscience, while allowing for God to interact with and respond to the changing universe in ways that do not alter these fundamental characteristics. Eastern religions like Hinduism and Buddhism often take a different approach. In Hinduism, the concept of Brahman as the ultimate reality is seen as unchanging, while the manifest universe undergoes constant cycles of creation, preservation, and dissolution. Buddhist philosophy, which does not focus on a creator deity, addresses change through the concept of impermanence, teaching that all phenomena are in constant flux. These diverse religious perspectives demonstrate the complexity of reconciling an unchanging divine nature with a changing cosmos. While specific interpretations vary, many faiths emphasize that the apparent contradiction can be resolved by understanding the limitations of human perception and the transcendent nature of the divine. The concept of divine intervention in an infinite universe raises intriguing philosophical questions that challenge our understanding of both divinity and infinity. One key issue is the problem of scale. In an infinite universe, any divine action would need to be infinitely large, to have a proportional effect. This leads us to question whether a deity could possess truly infinite power, or if divine influence would be limited to localized regions within the vastness of space. Another philosophical conundrum emerges when we consider the nature of causality in an infinite universe. If the cosmos is truly boundless, then every possible event and outcome should already exist somewhere. This raises the question of whether divine intervention would be creating new realities or simply shifting our perception to different pre-existing states within the infinite tapestry of existence. The concept of free will also becomes complex when divine intervention meets infinity. In an endless universe, there would be infinite versions of every individual making every possible choice. This scenario challenges traditional notions of divine guidance and personal responsibility, as it suggests that all potential outcomes of divine intervention are simultaneously realized across the infinite expanse. Lastly, the idea of divine purpose in an infinite universe presents its own set of philosophical problems. If the cosmos is truly without end, can there be an ultimate goal or final state that a deity is working towards? This question forces us to reconsider the nature of divine plans and the meaning of cosmic evolution in a reality where everything that can happen does happen, infinitely. The concept of emergence in complex systems offers an intriguing perspective on how order and complexity can arise from simpler components, without the need for external guidance. This naturally intersects with questions about divine action in the universe. Emergence describes how collective behaviors and properties appear in complex systems that are not present in their individual parts. For instance, the human mind emerges from billions of neurons working together, producing consciousness and cognition that no single neuron possesses. Similarly, the intricate patterns of ant colonies emerge from the simple behaviors of individual ants. Some thinkers see emergence as a potential mechanism for divine action that does not violate natural laws. They suggest that a divine influence could work through the inherent unpredictability and sensitivity of complex systems, guiding outcomes without directly intervening in physical processes. This view attempts to reconcile scientific understanding with belief in divine providence. Critics argue that emergence alone does not necessitate a guiding intelligence, as complex and apparently purposeful outcomes can arise from purely natural processes. They point out that our expanding scientific knowledge continues to explain emergent phenomena without requiring supernatural explanations. The debate highlights the ongoing dialogue between science and spirituality in understanding the nature of our universe. The concept of divine intervention in human affairs raises profound ethical questions that have been debated by philosophers, theologians, and thinkers for centuries. At its core, this idea challenges our understanding of free will and moral responsibility. If a divine being can intervene in human events, how much control do we truly have over our actions and decisions? One perspective argues that divine intervention could undermine human agency and moral growth. If a higher power constantly steps in to guide or alter human affairs, it might prevent individuals from learning from their mistakes or developing their own moral compass. This could lead to a dependency on divine guidance rather than personal responsibility. On the other hand, proponents of divine intervention might argue that it serves as a safeguard against extreme human failings or catastrophic events. They might view it as a form of cosmic justice or protection, ensuring that humanity does not stray too far from an ethical path. However, this raises questions about the nature of justice and the criteria for intervention. The ethical implications also extend to questions of fairness and equality. If divine intervention occurs, is it distributed equally among all people and societies? The apparent inconsistency in human experiences of fortune and suffering has long been a point of contention in theological and philosophical discussions about the nature of divinity and its relationship with humanity. The relationship between divine providence and scientific causality has been a topic of debate for centuries. Many religious traditions hold that a divine being oversees and guides the events of the universe according to a grand plan. This idea of providence suggests that there is ultimate meaning and purpose behind what occurs in the world. Scientific understanding, on the other hand, seeks to explain phenomena through natural causes that can be observed, tested, and replicated. The scientific method aims to uncover the mechanisms by which events unfold, looking for patterns and laws that govern how things work. This approach has led to tremendous advances in our knowledge of physics, chemistry, biology, and other fields. Some view divine providence and scientific causality as incompatible worldviews. However, others argue that they can coexist, with science explaining the how of natural processes while faith addresses questions of why on a deeper level. Proponents of this view might see scientific laws as the means through which divine will operates in an orderly universe. Ultimately, the relationship between these concepts remains a philosophical and theological question that individuals must grapple with based on their own beliefs and interpretations of evidence. What is clear is that both religious and scientific thinking have profoundly shaped human understanding of the world throughout history. The concept of free will has long been a central point of debate in theological discussions about divine intervention. This complex issue touches on fundamental questions of human agency, moral responsibility, and the nature of God's relationship with creation. Many religious traditions grapple with how to reconcile the idea of an all-powerful, all-knowing deity with the notion that humans have genuine freedom of choice. Some argue that true free will is essential for moral accountability. If our actions are predetermined, how can we be held responsible for them? This view often sees God as granting humans autonomy to make their own decisions, both good and bad. Others contend that an omniscient God must, by definition, know all future events, including human choices. This deterministic perspective raises questions about whether free will is ultimately an illusion. Some theologians have proposed models of divine foreknowledge that attempt to preserve both God's omniscience and human free will, though these remain subjects of ongoing debate. The issue becomes even more complex when considering divine intervention. If God sometimes intervenes in worldly affairs, how does this impact human free will? Does it negate our freedom or simply influence the context in which we make choices? These questions continue to spark rich philosophical and theological discussions across many faith traditions. Our brains have evolved to understand and interact with the finite world around us, making it challenging to grasp concepts like infinity and divinity. These abstract ideas stretch beyond our everyday experiences, pushing the limits of our cognitive abilities. When it comes to infinity, our minds struggle to process the concept of endlessness. We naturally seek boundaries and limits, but infinity defies these constraints. This cognitive limitation often leads to paradoxes and confusion when we try to apply our finite reasoning to infinite scenarios. Regarding divinity, our brains face similar hurdles. The concept of an all-powerful, all-knowing being transcends our understanding of cause and effect, time, and physical limitations. Our cognitive framework, built on experiences in the natural world, finds it difficult to comprehend an entity that exists outside these familiar parameters. These limitations stem from our brain's tendency to categorize and simplify complex information. While this trait helps us navigate daily life efficiently, it can hinder our ability to fully grasp abstract, limitless concepts like infinity and divinity. Despite these challenges, humans continue to explore and contemplate these ideas, pushing the boundaries of our cognitive capabilities. Language and cultural frameworks significantly shape our ability to discuss concepts like God and the infinite, often constraining our thoughts and expressions. The words and concepts available in a given language inherently limit how we can articulate these abstract ideas. For instance, some languages may lack terms for certain spiritual concepts, making it challenging to convey nuanced beliefs or experiences. Cultural backgrounds also play a crucial role in framing our understanding of divine or infinite concepts. Different societies have developed unique religious and philosophical traditions, each with its own set of symbols, metaphors, and narratives to describe the transcendent. These cultural lenses can both illuminate certain aspects of the divine while potentially obscuring others. Moreover, human cognition itself is limited by our finite experiences and perceptions. We struggle to truly comprehend concepts of infinity or absolute divinity, as they extend beyond our everyday reality. This cognitive limitation is reflected in our language, which often relies on metaphors and analogies to describe the indescribable. Despite these constraints, humans continually strive to push the boundaries of language and thought to explore these profound concepts. Through poetry, philosophy, and intercultural dialogue, we attempt to transcend the limitations of our linguistic and cultural frameworks, seeking new ways to articulate our understanding of God and the infinite. Intuition serves as a powerful tool in grappling with abstract concepts like infinity and divinity, often bridging the gap between our everyday experiences and these profound ideas. Our minds naturally seek patterns and connections, allowing us to make leaps of understanding that go beyond pure logic or empirical evidence. When contemplating infinity, our intuition helps us extrapolate from finite experiences to grasp the notion of endlessness. We might imagine counting numbers forever or visualize space extending without limit. This intuitive approach allows us to form a working understanding of infinity despite never directly experiencing it in our finite world. Similarly, intuition plays a crucial role in our conception of divinity. Many people report a sense of something greater than themselves, a feeling that transcends rational explanation. This intuitive perception often forms the basis for religious or spiritual beliefs, providing a framework for understanding the unexplainable aspects of existence. However, intuition can also lead us astray when dealing with these complex concepts. Our intuitive understanding might conflict with scientific findings or logical reasoning, highlighting the importance of balancing intuition with critical thinking and empirical evidence in our quest to comprehend the universe and our place within it. Cognitive biases play a significant role in shaping our beliefs about God and the universe, often leading us to draw conclusions that may not align with scientific evidence. These mental shortcuts, which evolved to help us make quick decisions, can sometimes hinder our ability to think critically about complex topics. One common bias is confirmation bias, where we tend to seek out information that supports our existing beliefs while ignoring contradictory evidence. This can lead people to reinforce their religious or cosmological views without considering alternative explanations. Another influential bias is the tendency to see patterns and intention where none exist, known as patternicity. This can cause us to attribute cosmic events or natural phenomena to divine intervention rather than understanding their scientific causes. Our brains are also prone to the anchoring bias, where we rely too heavily on the first piece of information we encounter. This can make it challenging to update our beliefs about the universe as new scientific discoveries emerge. Additionally, the availability heuristic causes us to overestimate the likelihood of events that are easily recalled, potentially skewing our perception of how the universe operates. These biases, among others, can create significant barriers to objective reasoning about the nature of reality. By recognizing and actively working to counteract these cognitive shortcuts, we can strive for a more accurate understanding of the universe and our place within it. Gödel's incompleteness theorems have profound implications for our quest to fully understand reality. These groundbreaking mathematical proofs suggest that there are fundamental limits to what we can know and prove within any consistent mathematical system. The first incompleteness theorem states that for any sufficiently complex mathematical system, there will always be statements that are true but cannot be proven within that system. This means that no matter how comprehensive our mathematical framework becomes, there will always be truths that lie beyond our ability to formally demonstrate. Applied to our understanding of reality, this theorem implies that there may be aspects of the universe that are true but unprovable using our current methods of logic and reasoning. It suggests that complete knowledge of reality might be inherently unattainable, as there could always be truths that escape our ability to verify or comprehend them fully. The second incompleteness theorem further complicates matters by showing that a system cannot prove its own consistency. This raises questions about the foundations of our knowledge and the reliability of our reasoning processes. It hints at the possibility that our understanding of reality might always be built on assumptions that we cannot definitively prove to be consistent or true. The observer effect in quantum physics reveals a profound connection between consciousness and the physical world, challenging our traditional notions of reality. At the quantum level, the act of observation can influence the behavior of particles, suggesting that our very attempt to measure or understand reality alters it in fundamental ways. This phenomenon highlights the limitations of human perception and measurement in comprehending the true nature of the universe. Our instruments and senses, no matter how advanced, inevitably interact with the systems we study, potentially changing the outcome of experiments and obscuring the underlying truth we seek to uncover. The observer effect also raises questions about the role of consciousness in shaping reality. If our observations can influence quantum events, it implies a deeper interconnectedness between mind and matter than classical physics would suggest. This blurring of the line between observer and observed complicates our quest for objective knowledge about the universe. Ultimately, the observer effect serves as a humbling reminder of the boundaries of human understanding. It suggests that there may be aspects of reality that remain forever beyond our grasp, not due to technological limitations, but because of the very nature of observation and consciousness itself. As we probe deeper into the quantum realm, we find that the act of seeking knowledge may fundamentally alter the very reality we aim to comprehend. Throughout history, philosophers and theologians have grappled with the boundaries of human understanding when it comes to God and the universe. One prominent argument, known as the argument from divine hiddenness, posits that if an all-powerful and loving God existed, this deity would make its presence unambiguously known to all. The fact that God remains hidden or unclear to many suggests either such a being does not exist, or our ability to comprehend it is fundamentally limited. Another perspective, often associated with Immanuel Kant, argues that human reason and perception are inherently constrained. Kant proposed that while we can observe and analyze the physical world, we cannot directly access ultimate reality, or what he called things in themselves. This limitation extends to our understanding of God and the fundamental nature of the universe, suggesting there may always be aspects beyond our grasp. Some thinkers have pointed to the vastness and complexity of the universe as evidence of the limits of human knowledge. As our scientific understanding expands, we often uncover more questions than answers. This ever-receding horizon of knowledge implies that complete understanding of the cosmos may be perpetually out of reach, let alone comprehension of any divine force behind it. Conversely, scientific naturalism argues that the physical universe is all that exists, and that given enough time and resources, human knowledge could potentially encompass everything. This view challenges the notion of inherent limits to our understanding, but still acknowledges the practical difficulties in achieving complete knowledge of such an immense and complex universe. Mystical experiences have long fascinated scientists and philosophers, pushing the boundaries of what we consider possible within human consciousness. These profound, often inexplicable events challenge our understanding of reality and perception, forcing us to question the limits of our knowledge about the mind and the universe. From a neuroscientific perspective, mystical experiences appear to involve altered states of brain activity. Studies have shown that during these events, certain areas of the brain associated with self-awareness and sensory processing become less active, while other regions linked to emotion and memory show increased activity. This shift in brain function might explain the sense of unity, transcendence, and ineffability often reported by those who undergo mystical experiences. However, these neurological findings do not fully account for the subjective significance and transformative power many people attribute to their mystical encounters. Some individuals report gaining insights or knowledge that seem to surpass their previous understanding, challenging the notion that human comprehension is limited to what can be empirically observed or logically deduced. At the same time, mystical experiences also reinforce the limits of human understanding by highlighting how much we still do not know about consciousness and the nature of reality. They remind us that our perceptions and cognitive processes may not capture the full complexity of existence, encouraging continued exploration and scientific inquiry into the depths of human experience and the mysteries of the cosmos. Faith serves as a powerful lens through which many people view the cosmos and their place within it. While science seeks to explain the universe through observation and empirical evidence, faith often addresses questions that lie beyond the reach of scientific inquiry. For some, faith provides a framework to grapple with concepts of creation, purpose, and ultimate meaning in the universe. Throughout history, religious and spiritual beliefs have influenced how cultures interpret celestial phenomena and cosmic events. These interpretations have sometimes conflicted with scientific discoveries, leading to tensions between faith-based and evidence-based worldviews. However, many individuals and communities have found ways to reconcile their religious convictions with scientific understanding. Some argue that faith and science can be complementary, with faith providing a sense of purpose and meaning, while science offers explanations for the physical workings of the universe. Others see faith as a personal journey that coexists with but remains separate from scientific inquiry. In this view, faith addresses questions of why the universe exists, while science focuses on how it functions. Ultimately, the role of faith in bridging the gap between human understanding and concepts of divine reality varies greatly among individuals and cultures. It continues to be a subject of philosophical and theological debate, reflecting the complex relationship between human curiosity, scientific discovery, and spiritual belief. Advances in artificial intelligence and cognitive science are revolutionizing our understanding of human cognitive limits. As we develop more sophisticated AI systems, we gain new insights into the workings of the human mind and the boundaries of our mental capabilities. One key area of discovery is the immense potential of neural networks. By creating artificial neural networks that can process vast amounts of data and learn complex patterns, researchers have uncovered similarities with human brain function. This has led to a deeper appreciation of our own cognitive processes and the realization that our brains may be capable of far more than previously thought. At the same time, AI has highlighted some of our cognitive limitations. For instance, machines can now outperform humans in certain tasks, such as rapid information processing and complex calculations. This reveals the constraints of human working memory and processing speed. However, it also emphasizes our unique strengths, such as creative problem-solving and emotional intelligence, areas where AI still struggles to match human capabilities. Cognitive science advancements have also shed light on human decision-making processes. Studies using brain imaging techniques have revealed the intricate interplay of emotions and logic in our choices. This research challenges traditional notions of rationality and suggests that our cognitive limits may be more flexible than once believed, influenced by factors like context, emotion, and prior experiences. Religious perspectives on humanity's future vary widely, reflecting diverse beliefs about divine purpose and the ultimate destiny of our species. Many faiths share a common thread of hope for human progress and spiritual evolution, though the specifics differ significantly. In Christianity, the future of humanity is often linked to the concept of the second coming of Christ and the establishment of God's kingdom on earth. This vision includes a time of judgment, redemption, and the creation of a new heaven and new earth. Some Christian denominations emphasize personal salvation and eternal life in heaven, while others focus on the transformation of society and the physical world. Islamic eschatology envisions a day of judgment where all souls will be held accountable for their deeds. The righteous are promised eternal paradise, while the unrighteous face divine punishment. Many Muslims believe in a period of peace and justice on earth before this final judgment, often associated with the coming of the Mahdi, a divinely guided leader. Hinduism and Buddhism, with their cyclical views of time and reincarnation, see human destiny as part of a larger cosmic process. These traditions emphasize personal spiritual growth and the eventual liberation from the cycle of birth and death. Some Hindu texts describe great cycles of time, with humanity progressing through ages of increasing spirituality and enlightenment. The concept of technological singularity presents profound challenges to our traditional understanding of humanity's relationship with God. As artificial intelligence rapidly advances, potentially surpassing human intelligence, we face questions about the nature of consciousness, free will, and the soul that have long been central to religious and philosophical discourse. Some argue that the creation of superintelligent machines might be seen as humans assuming a godlike role, blurring the line between creator and created. This perspective raises ethical concerns about our responsibilities as potential creators of sentient beings and whether such creation infringes upon what many consider to be the divine domain. Others suggest that achieving singularity could lead to a deeper understanding of the universe and consciousness itself, potentially bringing us closer to comprehending the nature of God or even proving or disproving the existence of a higher power. This view posits that advanced AI might help us unravel the mysteries of existence that have long been attributed to the divine. However, the singularity also challenges our notions of human uniqueness and purpose. If machines can surpass us in intelligence and capability, what does that mean for our special status as beings created in God's image? This question forces us to reevaluate our place in the cosmos and the fundamental nature of our relationship with the divine, potentially reshaping religious thought and practice in profound ways. Transhumanist ideas present a fascinating intersection with traditional concepts of divine purpose for humanity. These forward-thinking philosophies envision enhancing human capabilities through advanced technologies, potentially altering our physical and cognitive abilities beyond current biological limits. This vision challenges some traditional religious views that see humanity as divinely created with a fixed nature and purpose. For instance, transhumanist concepts of radical life extension or even immortality through technological means contrast with many religious beliefs about the afterlife and the role of death in human existence. Similarly, the idea of enhancing human intelligence or merging human consciousness with artificial intelligence raises questions about the nature of the soul and our relationship with a divine creator. However, some argue that transhumanist ideas can complement certain religious perspectives. They suggest that technological enhancement could be seen as a continuation of human creativity and innovation, potentially viewed as gifts from a divine source. In this light, the pursuit of transhumanist goals might be interpreted as fulfilling a divine mandate to steward and improve the world and ourselves. Ultimately, the intersection of transhumanism and traditional concepts of divine purpose creates a rich dialogue about the nature of humanity, our potential for growth and change, and our place in the cosmos. It challenges us to reconsider long-held beliefs while also offering new ways to explore age-old questions about human purpose and destiny. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence profoundly shapes our perspective on humanity's place in the cosmos. This ongoing quest forces us to confront fundamental questions about our uniqueness and significance in the universe. Are we alone, or are we just one of many intelligent civilizations scattered across the vastness of space? As we scan the skies for signals from distant worlds, We are simultaneously exploring the boundaries of our own technological capabilities and scientific understanding. The very act of searching pushes us to develop more advanced tools and techniques, expanding our ability to observe and interpret the cosmos. This pursuit also encourages us to consider what forms alien life might take and how we might recognize intelligence that could be radically different from our own. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence also prompts us to reflect on our own civilization's development and potential future. We consider questions about the longevity of technological societies, the likelihood of interstellar communication or travel, and the possible fates that await advanced civilizations. These contemplations can inform our decisions about our own long-term survival and progress as a species. Moreover, the mere possibility of contact with an alien civilization has profound implications for human culture, philosophy, and even our understanding of biology and physics. It challenges us to prepare for a potential paradigm shift in our worldview, one that could redefine our place in the cosmic order and forever alter our perception of what it means to be human in an infinitely vast and possibly inhabited universe. The relationship between human evolution and concepts of divine guidance is a complex and often contentious topic. Scientific evidence strongly supports the theory of evolution through natural selection, showing that humans evolved from earlier primates over millions of years. This process involved gradual changes driven by genetic variations and environmental pressures without a predetermined outcome. Some people see evolution as incompatible with the idea of divine creation or purpose, viewing it as a purely naturalistic process. Others, however, interpret evolution as the mechanism through which a divine being might guide the development of life, seeing no conflict between scientific understanding and religious belief. Theistic evolution is one perspective that attempts to reconcile evolutionary science with religious faith. This view suggests that a divine entity could have set up the laws of nature and initiated the process of evolution, allowing it to unfold over time. In this interpretation, evolution could be seen as a tool of divine creation rather than a refutation of it. Ultimately, the relationship between human evolution and divine purpose remains a matter of personal belief and interpretation. While science can describe the mechanisms of evolution, questions of ultimate purpose or guidance fall outside its scope, belonging instead to the realms of philosophy and theology. Human enhancement technologies present complex ethical challenges when viewed through the lens of religious beliefs. Many faiths emphasize the sanctity of human life and the body as created by a divine power. This perspective often leads to concerns about altering what is seen as the natural or God-given state of human beings. Some religious groups argue that using technology to enhance human capabilities beyond their natural limits could be seen as playing God or interfering with divine plans. This view suggests that humans should accept their limitations and focus on spiritual growth rather than physical or cognitive enhancement. On the other hand, proponents of human enhancement within religious communities argue that using technology to improve human health and capabilities could be seen as a way of honoring the divine gift of human intellect and creativity. They contend that if humans have been given the ability to develop such technologies, using them responsibly could be viewed as fulfilling a divine purpose. The debate also extends to questions of fairness and equality. Religious teachings often emphasize compassion and care for the less fortunate. Human enhancement technologies could potentially exacerbate existing social inequalities if only available to the wealthy, conflicting with many religious values of social justice and equality. Eschatological beliefs and scientific predictions about the universe's future offer intriguing parallels and contrasts. Many religions envision an end to the world as we know it, often followed by a period of judgment or renewal. These beliefs frequently involve cosmic events or divine intervention that reshape reality. Scientific predictions, based on our current understanding of physics and cosmology, also foresee dramatic changes in the far future. However, these changes unfold over vast timescales, typically billions or trillions of years. Scientists project scenarios such as the death of our sun, the end of star formation in the universe, and even the potential decay of matter itself. Some religious end times narratives share elements with scientific projections, such as catastrophic celestial events or fundamental alterations to the fabric of existence. However, religious eschatology often operates on human timescales and emphasizes moral or spiritual significance, while scientific predictions focus on physical processes over enormous spans of time. Interestingly, both religious and scientific views grapple with questions of ultimate fate and the search for meaning in the face of cosmic change. This common ground has led some thinkers to explore ways of reconciling or finding dialogue between eschatological beliefs and scientific cosmology, seeking to understand our place in the universe through both spiritual and empirical lenses. Prophecy and divine revelation have played significant roles in shaping visions of humanity's future across cultures and throughout history. These concepts have provided frameworks for understanding the world and imagining what lies ahead, often influencing societal beliefs, behaviors, and decision-making. In many religious traditions, prophecies offer glimpses of potential futures, ranging from apocalyptic scenarios to utopian visions. These predictions have often served as powerful motivators, encouraging adherents to prepare for foretold events or work towards specific outcomes. For instance, some interpretations of religious texts have led to expectations of global catastrophes or the arrival of messianic figures, influencing how people view current events and future possibilities. Divine revelations, believed to be direct communications from higher powers, have also contributed to shaping future visions. These revelations often provide guidance on moral and ethical matters, which in turn influence how societies envision their ideal futures. They can inspire social reforms, scientific pursuits, or cultural shifts based on the perceived will of divine entities. However, it is important to note that the impact of prophecy and divine revelation on future visions varies greatly among individuals and cultures. While some groups heavily rely on these concepts to guide their understanding of the future, others approach them more skeptically or disregard them entirely in favor of secular or scientific approaches to predicting and shaping humanity's path forward. The concepts of collective consciousness and noosphere intersect with ideas about humanity's divine purpose in fascinating ways. Collective consciousness, proposed by sociologist Emile Durkheim, refers to the shared beliefs and moral attitudes that operate as a unifying force within society. The noosphere, a term coined by Vladimir Vernadsky and Teilhard de Chardin, describes a sphere of human thought and knowledge enveloping the Earth. These concepts suggest that humanity's combined mental and spiritual activity creates a unified field of consciousness. Some interpret this as evidence of a higher purpose for our species, viewing it as a step towards a more evolved state of being. They argue that as our collective knowledge and awareness grow, we move closer to understanding our place in the cosmos and fulfilling a grand cosmic design. From a spiritual perspective, this collective mind could be seen as humanity's connection to the divine. The idea that our combined consciousness forms a greater whole aligns with many religious and philosophical traditions that emphasize unity and interconnectedness. It suggests that by contributing to this shared consciousness, each individual plays a role in manifesting a higher purpose for humanity. However, it is important to note that these concepts remain largely theoretical and philosophical. While they offer intriguing possibilities for understanding human purpose and potential, they are not universally accepted in scientific or religious communities. The relationship between collective consciousness, the noosphere, and divine purpose continues to be a subject of debate and exploration across various fields of study. Space colonization challenges our traditional notions of humanity's place in the universe and our relationship with the divine. As we venture beyond Earth, we confront profound questions about our cosmic significance and purpose. Exploring and settling other worlds may lead us to reconsider religious teachings that place Earth and humanity at the center of creation. Some might view space colonization as fulfilling a divine mandate to spread life throughout the cosmos, while others could see it as overstepping our bounds in the natural order. The discovery of extraterrestrial life, even microbial, would have far-reaching implications for many belief systems. It could either reinforce the idea of a universe teeming with divine creation or challenge the unique status often attributed to humanity in religious narratives. Moreover, the vast scales of space and time encountered in space exploration might alter our perception of divinity and eternity. As we grasp the immensity of the cosmos, our understanding of God and our place in the universal order may evolve, potentially fostering a more cosmic perspective on spirituality and existence.